Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Nope. Put that under your ear real quick. I want to make sure you
In
can hear it.
addition to the hearing aid?
Well, your other one didn't pick up. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay, you good?
It's cool, thank you.
You're welcome. Then you can turn it up there if you need to. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You hear your earrings? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
perfect, thank
And just turn it up if you need to.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, November 28th, 2023 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to begin our meeting with a flag salute led by Supervisor Landon. Please join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin our meeting, I'm going to have the clerk of the board make a comment about Martin Creek crossings.
Good morning. If you are present to speak on the first item, the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision related to an application completeness determination for the Morgan Crossing subdivision project, there is a sign-up table out front. Please get a card from staff, and then when we do get to this item, we will call the groups up to attend to public comment.
Thank you. We'll now move to our consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that needs to be removed for discussion?
Chair, we do need to pull item 18A.
18A, all righty.
Yes.
Anyone, any of the board members have any items to remove for consent? Seeing none, is there anyone in the chambers that wishes to pull a consent item for discussion? I see none. Is there anyone online?
No, Chairman.
All righty, then I will,
Mr. Chair, I will move approval of the consent agenda minus 18A.
18A.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Gustafson. This is a roll call vote.
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Jones is absent. Gustafson?
Aye.
Holmes?
Aye, thank you. Now we'll address item 18A. Madam Clerk, were you going to?
Yes, Chairman. Item 18A is, there was a mistake in the agenda packet of the placement of the resolution. The resolution should have been placed on page 1,430, but instead was on 1,441. The item is still in compliance and can still move forward. This is the adoption of a resolution ratifying the Placer County District Attorney's submission of the grant application to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance and Unemployment Insurance Anti-Fraud Program and execution of the grant agreement in the amount of $90,893 for the period of July 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2025, and authorize the Placer County District Attorney or designee to sign the amendments not to exceed $9,893 and all resulting documentation, including reports and certifications with County Council and Risk Management concurrence.
All righty. Any questions from board members? Any member of the public have a comment on this item? Anyone online? All righty.
I'll move approval.
I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore regarding item 18A. All those, is that a roll call? Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we will now move to public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? Please come forward. Morning.
Good morning. My name's Annette Tomlin, and make sure you get that this time. I'd like to speak about Tent City and it being inhumane in reference to the temperatures that we're dealing with in the tents. It's dropping below 30, and we have no way of heating them. No electricity or anything of that nature. This is a concern. I've seen many people not doing well. I also have another concern, a story that I heard in reference to the gathering in Roseville. 45 people being crunched up in one spot, and then I hear of another death and how many times the ambulance has to be there. This greatly saddens me. I believe something should be done in reference to that. I'd asked for a resident to be removed from TGI, Mid-Placer. His name is Tim. I still ask for that. I don't want to embarrass everybody by lining up the women the man's been abusing since 2018. Somebody like that shouldn't be around other people that are vulnerable. They look to take advantage of those people, and that needs to stop. The last meeting, you were speaking of the Sheriff's Department and backing up certain things. I don't agree. I actually have some family that serve, and they feel that it's mostly political in nature as far as how things are being handled with the homeless. As far as probation, I don't agree with that either. Aaron, head of probation, said that he had my back, and I do believe he does. It was something else to see probation come in when first up was at Tent City and see their interaction with everybody, see the positive that came out of this. I don't see them anymore. Why is that? I believe they've turned their back. Another thing, if I were to lead, I don't think I'd be concentrating on statues and spending the county's money on things like that. I think I would be concentrating on being honest with them, being the leader that they need, telling them the truth. This is how it's done. This is how it should be done. This is how you would be successful. When you actually listen, this is the most important thing. I am asking everybody to please listen. Love and mercy is needed all the way around. And this is what I'm asking for myself as well as everyone else. Being many families, your workforce is leaving. You all know that. They can't afford to live here. We have seniors, we have veterans. Please, let's do something. One last thing. Save Morgan Creek. I promised them I would give them a shout out. Good luck to you all. Thank you very much for your time. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Anyone else here for public comment? Seeing none, is anyone online? All right, we will now close public comment. And we're going to take up department item number 6. This is for the Office of the Sheriff. CML Security LLC for Corrections Video Management System. Is this Jerry Rogers and Captain? Where's it? Where's it? No, it's on.
All right. Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board, Mr. Chatney, Mr. Swab. My name is Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and here with me today I have Division Commander of the South Placer Jail, Captain Nelson Resendez, and Sheriff's IT Manager, Jerry Silva. For the action items requested, please approve an agreement with CML Security, LLC of Broomfield, Colorado, to provide a new corrections video management system in the amount of $1,533,875 for a one-year term. Authorize change orders in the amount not to exceed $153,387. Authorize the purchase manager to sign all required documents, including change orders, subject to departmental, risk management, and county council concurrence, and determine that the requested action is not a project under California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines 15378. The Sheriff's Office Corrections and Detentions Division at the South Placer Jail uses a video management system to assist in monitoring jail operations to ensure the safety of the inmates and sheriff staff's members. The current video security system has been in use since the jail opened in 2012, with one upgrade in 2018. The current construction of the new mental health facility and the vocational training facility requires additional video security capabilities and storage expansion that the current aging system is not capable of supporting. CML Security was selected by the new construction project's general contractor to provide video security capabilities for the new buildings. After consultation with county procurement, it was agreed to contract with CML Securities to also replace the South Placer Jail's video security system with a new modern system that would support the required expansion of the new buildings. This allows for operational efficiencies, cost savings for the multiple video projects to be overseen by a single vendor. CML Security is a certified provider of various video security systems, and after evaluation of multiple corrections level systems, it was agreed to implement the video management system and related hardware products from Bosch Security Systems. CML Security has customers and projects across the nation and has these other correction-related customers in our region, including Sacramento County, El Dorado County, Contra Costa County, Yuba County, Sutter County, and Folsom State Prison. This project will consist of installing new video server and storage hardware, replacing 134 aging and incompatible cameras, integrating 175 existing compatible cameras, replacing video call-up and monitoring stations, and upgrading the closed-circuit video network. The cost of this agreement is $1,533,875. Funding is included in the Cost Center 20007 South Placer Jail fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, and there is no impact to the general fund. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Any questions, comments for board members?
I just had a quick question,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Jerry, what is the annual operating cost of the system? Do you know?
Oh, here, I'll let our IT manager answer.
Okay.
Yeah, the new system will be around $75,000 a year.
Okay,
But we're working also with the current facilities vendor within the jail, and they will be primary support for the system as well.
okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Landon?
It sounds like the answer to this is yes, but I just wanted to confirm, is that amount, the 75,000, does that include all of the storage for the year as well? Okay, great, thanks.
All righty. Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Is there anyone online? All right, we'll close the public comment period, and the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor
Gustafson.
Gustafson. I'm trying to read the new little screen I've got here. And second by Supervisor Landon.
Yeah,
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item has been moved. Thank you,
Okay, thank you
Gary.
very much.
Thank you, Gary. And thank you, Lieutenant or Captain. Now, we're going to take up item, Department Item 9, Information Technology. This is a multi-function copier program and fax services. Will be presented by Rich Johnson via Zoom. Are you there, Rich?
I am. How are you doing today?
Good.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors and Board Chair Holmes. My name is Richard Johnston. I'm the Information Technology Manager for Placer County's Infrastructure and Service Desk Divisions. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the 4-year renewal for the Placer County Multifunction Copier and Printer Program. Over the last 4 years, this program has been managed by Placer County's Document Solutions team. After analyzing the great success of the last 4 years of this program, it was determined that Placer County Information Technology Department is best suited to maintain and support this program moving forward. This change will help streamline processes in an effort that will allow county users to obtain the fastest and most accurate support possible. Over the last 4 years, the county copiers have been utilized less than originally forecast. Due to COVID and the purposeful move to digital processes and documents, 95% of our entire fleet are less than halfway through their expected life cycle. As this was analyzed, the decision was made to extend our existing agreement another 4 years so that the county could realize the complete value of this investment. The total cost of the actions requested will be $3,534,772 from December 4th, 2023 through December 31st, 2027. Funds are currently budgeted within the Information Technology Department fiscal year 23-24 annual budget and will be included in subsequent fiscal years. These costs will be recovered during the 4-year renewal period and will have zero impact on the county's general fund. Today, I am requesting your board take the following actions. approve the extension of a 4-year master operating lease agreement with UVO West LLC of Chico, California, for the lease of multifunction copier devices in the maximum amount of $2 million for the period of December 4th, 2023 through December 3rd, 2027. Approve the renewal of a 4-year contract with UVO West LLC of Chico, California for multifunction copier device maintenance and support services in the maximum amount of $1,450,000 for the period of December 4th, 2023 through December 3rd, 2027. Approve a 4-year contract with UVO West LLC of Chico, California for Xmedia Secure Fax and Maintenance and Support Services in the maximum amount of $84,772 for the period of January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027. And finally, authorize the purchasing manager or designee to sign all required documents subject to available funding and department concurrence. At this time, I can take any questions.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wishes to address this item? Is there anyone online? Alrighty, then I'll close the public portion of this item. And the chair will entertain a motion, and is that Supervisor?
Sure, I will move approval.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved.
Thank you.
How are we doing here? Oh, we still got time. So now we'll move to department item 7, Community Development Resource Agency. This is Pleasant Grove Stormwater Retention Basin Facility Agreements. Michelle Kingsbury presenting. Good morning, Michelle.
Hi, good morning, Chair, members of the board. Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency, here as well with Ken Graham, our Public Works Director. The item before you today is to approve 2 sets of agreements. The first one is to approve and authorize an agreement with the City of Roseville related to the Pleasant Grove Stormwater Retention Basin Facility in the amount of $666,660. The second item is to approve 2 funding agreements, one with Gen California Plaza Ranch LLC and the other one with Buzz Oates Construction, Inc., to fund that $66,660. The item before you today is a culmination of a lot of work between Placer County staff as well as the City of Roseville staff to look at regional solutions related to stormwater retention within the Sunset area. These 2 sets of agreements are specific to the Placer Ranch specific plan, the California State University satellite, the Placer Center, as well as the Placer Commerce Center with the Buzz Oates Corporation. What these agreements accomplish is to fund a 50% portion of a Nexus study update with the City of Roseville to look at what the potential costs are for a regional solution related to stormwater retention, utilizing excess capacity that the City of Roseville has within their stormwater retention basin that's nearby. We are hopeful to have results related to the numbers approximately in the spring, late spring of this year, to analyze and look for really a win-win solution in partnership with our City of Roseville partners. It definitely has to be an agreement that is good for Roseville as well as good for the developers, but it's a huge step forward in terms of looking at regional solutions in that area related to stormwater retention. I won't bore you too much with the details related to stormwater retention out there, but it is certainly a positive step forward. We do have, in terms of Placer Ranch specific plan, their phase 1A, which is approximately 769 units. Their backbone infrastructure plans are approved, and they've been underway with their backbone sewer. In the spring, we'll be working in earnest once the weather clears to do additional backbone work out there, as well as Placer Commerce Center, which was approved almost about a year ago. We do have their phase 1 backbone infrastructure plans in for review, and we're anticipating this week to have their phase 2 and 3 backbone infrastructure plans. So both projects are moving forward at great speed and keeping us busy, and we're looking forward to having these results soon and hopefully having a positive win-win solution to some regional stormwater retention needs out there. With that, Ken and I are both available. We can answer any technical questions that you'd like, or we can move forward with your consideration to approve these items. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Any comments from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wishes to address this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online? Did she read this into the record?
Would you like me to? Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
All right, then the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the item.
And I'll second.
All righty. Motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you,
you.
Michelle. And now we'll move to item 8, Health and Human Services, California Department of Healthcare Services, providing access and transforming health capacity and infrastructure transition.
Hi, good morning Supervisor Holmes, members of the board, Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. So here I have an action item for your board's consideration to adopt a resolution ratifying the Director of Health and Human Services submission of the grant application to California Department of Healthcare Services for providing access and transforming health, which is a PATH grant, capacity and infrastructure transition, expansion and development round 2 funding allocation for the period of January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2026 in an amount not to exceed $867,935.17. And if awarded, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to accept the award of $867,935.17 with a county match of the same amount for the project total of $1,735,870.34 by signing the agreement and related documentation with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign amendments not to exceed $86,793 with the corresponding match of the same amount, and all resulting documentation, including reports and certifications with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So this is a Department of Healthcare Services PATH grant initiative. It was funding intended to help scale up services for the new enhanced care management benefit and community supports benefit. That is the responsibility of our health plans to better support a whole person health approach for providers of that service who are just getting started to scale it up to what's needed to continue the services that were prior whole person care services. So the grant provides funds for shortfalls in things like salaries, trainings, IT cost setups to the new benefit for both either county or community-based providers for the provision of these services to individuals who have serious mental illnesses or who have co-occurring SMI, serious mental illnesses with substance use disorders, and who are homeless or at imminent risk of homelessness during their transition to CalAIM to ensure a successful implementation of both ECM and community support services. So I think, as you guys are aware, we were a whole person care county. We decided to continue on as a provider of ECM and community supports with a contract with our health plans. So, but the amount that we could start to bill to cover the cost of the service didn't cover the cost of operating the services. So this is a grant for us to be able to apply for to basically help offset that cost to the county. So we submitted this application. It was due back in May 31st, 2023. Submitted it on September 18th, 2023. We discovered that we hadn't come to ratify this application to the board, so we're coming now. We have received this grant from DHCS, but we would like your permission to enter that contract and receive the funds. So the revenues amounts will be included in our ASOC budget and in future budgets, and I'm happy to answer any questions. There are no impacts to the general fund with this one.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wish to address this item? I see none. Is there anyone online? Alrighty, we'll close the public comment portion of that item, and the chair will entertain a motion.
I will move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
And now we'll quickly move to item 10, Public Works Parking Ordinance Update and B, Tahoe Truckee Regional Transit Approval of Extended Free Ride.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rebecca Tabor, Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works in the Tahoe office. And in the room is Phil Vashin, Associate Engineer with Traffic Engineering here in the Auburn building. This item is a parking ordinance update for parking restrictions on various county roadways. Periodically, the Department of Public Works determines the need for additions or modifications to the parking ordinance related to county-maintained roadways. And today, we are recommending modifications to the current Placer County Code Article 10.12, parking, the parking ordinance, and it's section 10.12.120. To summarize our recommendations, in the East Placer region to prevent parking on dirt shoulders, the roadway segments, some roadway segments on Golden Avenue, Trout Avenue, National Avenue, and State Highway 28 adjacent to the Snow Creek Restoration and Wetlands area are recommended as no parking anytime to improve the water quality condition in these locations. We are also updating parking restrictions on portions of Olympic Valley Road at the Palisades Tahoe Ski Resort to be consistent with current operations. And then west of the Sierra Nevada Summit, we have two recommended changes to roadways near schools, the Auburn Elementary and Weimar Hills School, to improve school drop-off and pickup conditions. With that, the action requested is to introduce and waive the oral reading of an ordinance to amend Placer County Code Chapter 10, Article 10.12, Section 10.12.120 regarding parking restrictions on various county roadways. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from board members?
I just had one. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Rebecca, do you have time to get everything signed for the winter, especially the Olympic Valley roads?
At this time in, the East Placer region, we're under the winter parking
So we already
restriction.
have that,
So we're
yeah.
already signed. But in the spring, come May 1, we will be getting those signs. When the snow melts, we'll be getting the signs.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online? All righty, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval.
And I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to item 10B.
Thank you very much.
Jamie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Jamie Wright with the Public Works Transit Division here at Placer County. Today I am before you requesting the approved continuation of the Free to the Rider bus service for Placer County's Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit Service, or TART, operated up at North Lake Tahoe for an additional 2-year period beginning December 12, 2023. In addition, determine the proposed action is not subject to pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15378. In 2016, TART adopted a systems plan update, which identified Free to the Rider service as a part of the unconstrained financial plan within the systems plan. In 2019, your board approved Free to the Rider service for an initial 2-year period. Upon launch, prior to COVID, in February of 2020, we saw an increase of ridership up to 48%. Then COVID hit, and throughout COVID, we have regained our ridership as well as launched a Free to the Rider microtransit service, which has really assisted as a first mile, last mile alternative for our fixed route bus service connection. And through the launch of that and the Free to the Rider service, we've seen a 62% overall increase in public transit use in North Lake Tahoe. And so that greatly improves traffic congestion and reduction of VMT in the area. So with that, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online? All righty. Then bring it back to the board for approval.
I'll move approval.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our department items. And now we'll move to our 9:30 timed item. This is appeal of the Planning Commission's decision related to an application completeness determination for the Morgan Crossing subdivision project supervisorial District 1. Now, I want to say before we have the staff presentation, the appellant's presentation, and the representative from the Homeowners Association, and when I open it up for public comment, if you haven't signed up yet with the card for your group to speak, I'd appreciate it. They're still out in the lobby if you want to sign up and speak and get a card. Thank you. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Holmes, board members, Chris Pahuli, Placer County Planning Director. Today's staff presentation will be provided by Alex Fish, who's a supervising planner and lead planner on the Morgan Crossing project. The item before you today is a bit unusual, so I wanted to provide the board and the public with some introductory remarks before he begins his presentation. Typically, the board considers appeals from applicants or interested persons based on the outcome of the Planning Commission's decision on a project. However, this appeal is based on the Planning Commission's decision to uphold staff's determination that the application submittal is incomplete because the project description and entitlement request is lacking requisite items. As you'll hear during the staff presentation, county staff have not comprehensively reviewed the project request for consistency with all objective policies and standards, although I should note that the density calculation has been reviewed on that basis. I'd also like to point out that CEDRA has a number of customer-friendly processes in place to avoid exactly this type of disagreement with potential applicants. We require a pre-development meeting led by our Environmental Coordination Services staff for all major projects, which includes staff from planning, other CEDRA divisions, as well as county departments. The purpose of that meeting is to provide detailed comment and direction to applicants on submittal requirements. Technical studies needed and importance to today's meeting, required entitlements to complete the county's universal application and provide a detailed project description. The pre-development meeting, coupled with CEDRA staff working with applicants prior to a application, results in consensus on approach and a complete application submittal, which again is why today's meeting is so unusual. Lastly, I'd like to restate my earlier comment. Since this application has not been deemed complete, staff has not completed an exhaustive review of policies and standards, and the item before you is narrowly presented as an appeal of the determination of a complete application. Also, contrary to the applicant's recent correspondence that was provided yesterday, staff is not attempting to disapprove the project at this point. During the Planning Commission hearing and with email correspondence, a lot of public concern has been noted about the project, and the board is likely to hear similar testimony this morning. However, the consideration on the merits of the project will happen at a later date, once the application has been deemed complete. And we've completed our thorough analysis of the project. So with that, I'd like to introduce Alex Fish, and he will be delivering staff's presentation today. Thank you.
Morning, Alex.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. I'm Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division. As Mr. Pahuli stated, the item before the board is unique, and it is unique because it's not an appeal of a project determination. Instead, it originated as an appeal of the procedures the county staff have undertaken in processing the Morgan Crossing development application, and now is an appeal of the Planning Commission's October 26th action to uphold staff's determination of an incomplete application. To make sure that I'm clear about the information that I and the appellant will present, For the board's consideration, this means that today's action does not include an evaluation of a project development proposal, as Mr. Pahuli stated. It means instead that the decision the board is asked to make is whether the county staff have correctly administered state law and county code, and whether the Planning Commission's October 26th decision to uphold staff's determination of an incomplete application and deny this appeal was correct. I continue to believe that the facts bear out the county staff have correctly administered state law and the county code. Pardon me. So with that, staff requests that the board conduct a public hearing to consider the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold staff's determination of an incomplete application, and in doing so, take the following 3 actions. Find that the action on this appeal is exempt from environmental review. Take action to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision that the application is incomplete. And authorize the Community Development Resources Agency Director to prepare a written determination of the board's decision. As I move forward with the presentation, I want to clarify that any reference that I make to the Environmental Review Committee, or ERC, is synonymous with references to county staff, as the ERC is comprised of the county staff assigned to review projects. Due to the unique aspects of this appeal, instead of moving directly into an overview of the project and the issues the county staff have identified, I'm going to first begin with an overview of the appellant's position, including a brief overview of the state laws the appellant asserts the county staff have not followed and that preempt the position the county staff have taken. So among the many claims the appellant has made is that the county staff have acted improperly by applying subjective review standards, or said another way, discretion, to an entitlement review process where the state law prohibits the application of subjective or discretionary decision-making. The appellant asserts that the county staff have incorrectly administered the procedural requirements of state law and the directives provided to the project proponents with regard to determinations of application completeness and the county staff's determination of entitlement requirements for the project are not permissible at the current step in the process, and that the project must instead be deemed complete, and that decisions on entitlement requirements are only appropriate after the county deems the application complete. The appellant claims that the ERC, in reaching this determination that the application is incomplete, has done so through analysis of consistency with development standards, which they contend is not permissible for determining a complete application under the 1982 Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, which I will discuss in more detail on the next slide. However, the county staff disagrees. Staff disagrees that the laws cited, the 1982 Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, provide the permit streamlining benefits the appellant claims apply to this particular project, and the reason they do not apply is because the project requires approval of legislative entitlements, including a community plan amendment and rezone, which is impermissible for ministerial projects carried out under the Permit Streamlining Act. Accordingly, the county staff disagrees with the appellant's contention that the review of this project is subject to the provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act. These issues are foundational to the decision the board will make. Also foundational to the board's decision is that these issues have been consistently raised to the appellants during pre-development meetings, during the review of their project applications, and that these issues have been placed before the appellant in writing at each step of the process, as detailed under the application history section on page 7 of the board staff report. Pardon me just a second. There we go. Before I get into those details, I do need to provide a brief background on the Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, and Senate Bill 330. The HAA was originally approved in 1982, and in 2019, it was amended with the passage of Senate Bill 330 and afterwards Senate Bill 8 to expand and strengthen its provisions. In amending the HAA, the legislature made findings that the lack of housing, and specifically the lack of affordable housing, is a critical problem that threatens the economic, environmental, and social quality of life in California. SB 330, also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, went into effect on January 1st, 2020, and with the passage of Senate Bill 8 remains in effect until January 1st, 2030. The important aspects of Senate Bill 330 are that it establishes limitations to a local government's ability to deny, reduce the density of, or make infeasible housing development projects that are consistent with zoning and the objective development standards of the local land use authority. So I want to repeat this point here, consistent with the existing zoning and application of objective development standards. The purpose of these laws, as stated by the legislature, is to address the current California housing crisis by reducing housing barriers in order to increase residential unit development, protect existing housing inventory, and expedite permit processing. The intent of SB 330 is also to improve certainty in the development process and to prevent certain zoning actions by local governmental agencies that would reduce or have the effect of reducing the availability of housing by doing the following. Creates a new project vesting process for zoning and land use ordinances, policies, and standards in place at the time a residential project pre-application is submitted. I'll talk about that further on in the presentation. It prohibits the imposition of non-objective design review standards. It clarifies the Permit Streamlining Act requirements for determining application completeness, shortens the required permit review timeframes, and limits the number of public hearings for housing projects that meet objective zoning standards. It prohibits legislative actions by a local agency that reduced zoned capacity for housing, and it clarifies the circumstances under which a housing development project may have its density reduced. So with that, let's move forward with some specifics. The project is located here in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area of unincorporated Placer County, approximately 2 miles west of the city of Roseville. It is bordered by PFE Road to the south, Vineyard Road to the north, Willarga Road to the east, and surrounded by low-density residential land uses. More specifically, the project, shown here in the blue polygons, is located within the existing Morgan Creek subdivision, with the red polygon depicting the original subdivision boundary, and as I said, the blue polygons depicting the proposed Morgan Crossing project boundary in terms of where residential units would be located. Community plan land use designations for the Morgan Creek and the Morgan Crossing project include greenbelt and open space through the middle of the project, rural low-density residential land uses in the northerly part of the project, and low-density residential in the southerly portion of the project area. The zoning designations for Morgan Creek and the Morgan Crossing project also include residential single family, combining a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet with a planned residential development unit intensity factor of 1 unit per acre for the northerly part of the project. Residential single family with a minimum building site of 20,000 square feet and a planned residential development unit intensity factor of 2 units per acre in the southerly portion of the site. And as you can see through the middle here, the open space designation actually also includes a land use intensity factor, and we'll talk a little bit more about that further on in the presentation. This is an excerpt from the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan. I apologize that it's small, but what it demonstrates is that this is the exact same zoning that was in place in 1990 when the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan was originally approved. This is a zoning map out of that 1990 community plan. This here is from the county's GIS system, and what it shows through the middle here is this blue area is floodplain area. That floodplain area corresponds to the open space zoned areas and is unavailable for development of housing. There are policies in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan that are very specific to the transfer of density out of the floodplain. We'll talk a little bit more about that further on in the presentation as well. As I said, the open space zoning for the project and most other locations where it occurs within the Dry Creek community corresponds to areas that are in the 100-year floodplain, not available for development of housing, but does include provisions for transfer of density. As I previously stated, the project is located within the Morgan Creek subdivision that was originally approved in 1995 as a 579-unit planned residential development, and it was subsequently modified in 1999 following the 1997 New Year's floods, which showed that the floodplain area was actually a little bit larger than what was previously understood, and so some of the units were pulled out of that newly understood floodplain area. The project is built around an 18-hole long play golf course that includes a driving range. There is a golf pro shop and clubhouse over here, also a banquet and event center and fast casual restaurant. And in 2016, the Planning Commission approved a modification to the final subdivision map to convert a portion of those holdings that were originally slated for an aquatic center and some tennis courts that ultimately were determined not to be needed, to instead permit development of 7 additional residential units in this location. So, the existing developed subdivision is comprised of the lake community. This is a rural residential neighborhood in the westerly portion of the project, consisting of 130 dwelling units on 81 acres, built around a 6.8 acre lake. There are the golf residences shown here, a 64 condominium dwelling units on 19 acres. And then the remainder of the north portion of the project is the North Golf Course community, a rural low-density residential neighborhood of 195 units on 120 acres built around portions of the golf course. The South Golf Course community, located down here, is a low-density residential neighborhood of 190 dwelling units on 73.6 acres with 9 holes of the golf course occurring in this area. Next, I will provide a brief overview of the project proposal, but before I do, I want to provide a short background on the sequence of applications that has led to today's hearing. This is the second time the county staff have processed the Morgan Creek project application. The first time was in 2021 under project record number PLN 21227. And that project review followed the same application submittal and review processes that I will describe for the current project in a moment. The county staff ultimately conducted 3 reviews of that application before it was withdrawn for unspecified reasons in July of 2022. And that project included a proposed 79 residential lots, or 12 more units than the current proposal, but otherwise was substantially the same project. What I want to emphasize about the first processing of the Morgan Crossing project is that the Planning Division staff had identified the same issues pertaining to inconsistencies with the northerly portion of the project that I will describe in a few moments, and had requested the appellants produce PD calculations to support their entitlement requests, just like we do for all of our projects that are carried out in accordance with the Planned Residential Development section of the County Code, also known as the PD ordinance. However, staff was rebuffed on these requests on the basis of several claims made by the appellants, including that the formula for determining the density was not an objective standard. Also, that the density could be allocated from any zoning within the original Morgan Creek project boundary, and even going so far as to claim an allocation of units from properties previously owned by the original developer of Morgan Creek that were subsequently dedicated to Placer County when that project was carried out more than 20 years ago. I raise these issues here now to demonstrate that the project issues that are currently contested by the appellants did not materialize recently, but they have been known by the appellants for a period of years because county staff have consistently asked for the project to provide written information to demonstrate the locations from which the claimed unit intensities were derived, and to demonstrate that those densities conform to the objective standards of existing zoning and the PD ordinance. So moving forward with an overview of the current application, on July 11th, 2022, the project proponent again submitted a Senate Bill 330 pre-application to establish their 180-day project vesting period. The purpose of that pre-application is to notify the local agency of the intent to submit a project application and prevent the local agency from taking any preemptive zoning actions that could interfere with the ability to carry out the project. So then on December 1st of 2022, a pre-development meeting was filed. Mr. Pahuli went over that. That's a process requirement for all major projects that are processed through the county. And on January 10th, a pre-development meeting was held between the Placer County ERC and the project representatives. And at that meeting, the Planning Division staff discussed the inconsistencies with the existing zoning and community plan land use designations. We provided checklist information to the applicants to outline all of the technical study requirements and application requirements, including a listing of all the entitlements required to proceed with the application. And on that, along with the vesting tentative subdivision map, conditional use permit, and environmental questionnaire entitlements, was also a community plan amendment and a rezone. The applicant team again acknowledged the county's position and stated their disagreement that those entitlements were required for this project. And then on March 27th of this year, we received this current application that is the subject of today's appeal. So this is just to show you kind of what the application sequencing and forms look like. This is actually the residential pre-application checklist that was submitted for the project. That is a county form that it's available on our website. This is the pre-development meeting checklist provided by the Planning Division that includes the entitlement listings for the community plan amendment and the rezoning. And then, of course, over here is the universal application that was submitted. These issues are important for the next stage of the presentation as it pertains to the planning staff's determination of required entitlements. Okay. So as I mentioned, the project proposes a vesting tentative subdivision map. That vesting tentative subdivision map is to create 67 new residential lots consisting of an additional 19 units in the North Golf Course community and an additional 48 units to the South Golf Course community. The project also proposes to modify the existing 18-hole long play golf course. It would retain all the existing amenities that are incidental to the golf course operations, including the banquet center, the pro shop, the clubhouse, but would no longer operate these portions of the golf course in the north portion of the project area, and instead would develop a shorter 9-hole golf course in this portion of the project area. With all that said, I do want to reemphasize that today's hearing does not include an analysis of the entitlements nor any actions on the entitlements, and instead is narrowly focused on the appeal of county staff's administration of the project, and more specifically, staff's determination that the application is not complete because it does not include application request or entitlement request for approval of a community plan amendment or rezoning for the portion of the project that is north of Dry Creek. Those are the two entitlement requests that we previously discussed at the beginning of this presentation as not being permissible for projects carried out under Senate Bill 330 because they apply specifically and narrowly to project proposals that meet objective standards of existing zoning and land use designations. So let's explore that issue a little bit further. Shown on the left here is a GIS generated exhibit of the entire Morgan Creek subdivision with acreages for each of the colored polygon areas that correspond to land use designation and zoning, and very importantly, the PD factor, or said another way, the unit intensity factor that is used in the arithmetic formula to determine permissible unit density and required open space to achieve compliance with the planned residential development ordinance. The entire portion of the project area located south of Dry Creek is zoned single-family residential with a minimum building site of 20,000 square feet and a planned residential development designation of 2 units per acre. And this same unit designation is included in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan zoning map that I showed earlier, where the units are expressed as land use intensity. In this exhibit, the appellant has correctly calculated the net buildable area for the south portion of the project in accordance with the PD ordinance and correctly calculated that the maximum unit count permitted by the PD ordinance with 2 dwelling units per acre is 317 units. However, the appellant's calculation of permissible density then goes on to calculate additional density here and here that is not permissible under the PD ordinance by failing to account for hard limits to the density calculation included in County Code Section 1754-100A, which states the maximum number of dwelling units per acre permitted within a PD is determined by the maximum residential intensity number shown on the zoning map that applies to the site multiplied by the net building area of the site. Accordingly, the density for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project is limited to a maximum of 317 units expressed as a net buildable area of 158.5 acres multiplied by the unit factor of 2 units per acre. The code goes on to state, under no circumstances can the density or units exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. Yet the calculation does go on to nonetheless speculatively claim that 414 units could be permitted, or alternatively, 348. The correct answer is 317, or said another way, the objective standard is 317 units. Regardless, the portions of the appellant's density calculation for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project are incorrect. This portion of the project area includes more than adequate unyielded density to accommodate the 48 lots proposed for this portion of the project area, because currently it's only developed with 190 total residential units, and up to 317 could be permitted. However, the same conclusion cannot be made for the Morgan Crossing North portion of the project, which is located north of Dry Creek, where available unit density was allocated when the board approved the original Morgan Creek subdivision project in 1999, and later when the Planning Commission modified that final map in 2016 to award 7 additional units. So moving forward, this is the density calculation for Morgan Crossing North. As I said earlier, the entire portion of the project area is zoned residential single family with a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, so that's a larger lot size, with a planned residential development unit intensity factor of 1 unit per acre instead of 2 units per acre like we have on the south. Again, this same unit designation is included in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan. As with the prior example, the appellant has correctly calculated the net buildable area for this portion of the project and determined that 328 acres is the net buildable area, with a maximum unit count permitted by the PD designation of 1 dwelling unit, so again 320 units. However, as with the prior example, the appellant's calculation of permissible density then does go on to commit the same errors, claiming in one portion that some 460 units could be permitted, or alternatively 346 units. But this has ignored the rules of the PD ordinance that state, under no circumstances can the density or units exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. And unlike the prior example for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project, all available units for the Morgan Crossing North project were granted when the board approved the project. While the number of units granted and constructed in the north portion of the Morgan Creek project, 396, is more than 320 units permitted under the base zoning, Placer County Code Section 1754-100A1 goes on to state, projects in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area where the transfer of development rights out of the floodplain area is specifically authorized in the community plan are not required to deduct any portion of the 100-year floodplain to determine the net buildable area. So as I said earlier, all that open space zoning that had a land use intensity factor, the density can be transferred off of that to upland areas that are available for residential development. Specifically, under the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan description of rural low-density residential land use, it states, a large portion of the land in the RLDR district borders Dry Creek, and these areas are to be preserved. As a tool to ensure these goals are met, several undeveloped areas within the RLDR district include a land use intensity factor as a combining zone. This combining zone permits the property to be developed as a planned unit development, and in this case can result in density being transferred from otherwise undevelopable property, floodplain, riparian areas, woodlands, to adjoining land found to be suitable for development. That's on page 37 of the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan land use element. There's also nearly identical policy language found in the land use element description of low-density residential, again, citing back to the county zoning code. The original Morgan Creek project area includes 24.13 acres of open space with a land use intensity factor of 1 unit per acre, and it includes 26.7 acres of open space with a land use intensity factor of 2 units per acre, yielding a total of 77 units that could be transferred to open space parcels to other portions of the project. With the original Morgan Creek approval, 69 of those available 77 transfer units from these open space parcels were awarded to the northerly portion of the Morgan Creek project, resulting in establishment of 389 units, leaving 8 unallocated units following the original approval. And then again, as I stated, in December 2016, the Planning Commission approved a modification to the final map to create 7 additional residential lots within the north portion of the project, bringing the total unit count to 396 units for the northerly portion of the project, 1 less than the 397 units that can be permitted by the PD ordinance, total of 586 for the entire subdivision. And those units have since been carried out. So as a result, all but 1 unit has been allocated for the northerly portion of the project. And this is ultimately what is at the heart of this appeal. Throughout the process of the processing of the first Morgan Crossing project application, the Planning Division staff asked the applicant team in writing to prepare PD calculations to demonstrate whether surplus density existed to allocate to the Morgan Crossing North project area from the open space zoning. But that information was never received. That project was withdrawn. I will mention that staff was not blindly asking for this information. We have a GIS system, and I had done my own calculations using the GIS information and the known metrics for the Morgan Creek project, and had estimated, based on that calculation, that it was likely that the units had probably been allocated. Ultimately, the appellant's PD density calculations that they have now supplied with the current project, which were also supplied with the SB 330 pre-application, which were also supplied with the pre-development meeting application, bore out this work. That's what I want to emphasize. Their calculations bore out the county staff's calculation of the same density. So where does that lead us? It leads us to the following conclusions. Placer County Code Section 1754-100A Design and Development Standards is an objective standard. The code includes an arithmetic formula for determining permissible density with limits to density yield set by 2 corollary and internally consistent zoning and community plan land use criteria. Zoning density in the form of the PD combining zoning designation and the community plan land use designation with corollary land use intensity factor. That arithmetic formula is replicable. It yields the same calculated answer each time the formula is correctly applied. It includes plain written standards that calculated density cannot exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. And this can be independently verified as demonstrated by the appellant's PD density calculations. The appellant's overall calculation of maximum permissible density for the project area includes erroneous information. The appellant is asserting that the project density can be allocated to any location within the Morgan Creek subdivision boundary that has RS zoning. So in other words, one of their contentions has been that the surplus unit allocations in the zoning on the south that has the higher unit intensity factor can be allocated to the area in the north that has the lower density factor. However, Placer County Code Section 1754-100 is very specific in that it allows for the transfer of density from parcels zoned open space to upland locations on the same project site that are residentially zoned. This allowance, again, is also described in the community plan. But the zoning code nor the community plan include any provisions to allow transfer of density between one RS zoned area and another RS zoned area. If you do that, you require a rezone. You require potentially, and in this case, a community plan amendment as well, because of the unit intensity factor designation. So the appellant is seeking approval of a discretionary decision. This is beyond the objective design standards that SB 330 affords for the streamlined permit review process. They are seeking a discretionary decision to award density from one RS zoning designation to a different RS zoning designation. And again, that's only permissible through the legislative actions that are available to them by seeking approval of a community plan amendment and a rezone in support of their application request. So with that, Planning Division staff forwards the action taken by the Planning Commission and recommends that the board take the following actions. Find that the action on this appeal is exempt from environmental review pursuant to provisions of Section 10561 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and Section 18.080020 of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. Uphold the Planning Commission's decision that the application for the Morgan Crossing subdivision project is incomplete. Based on the following findings, the Morgan Crossing project as proposed does not comply with the objective requirements of Placer County Code Section 1754-80 through 1754-110, that's the planned development section of the code, because the proposed project exceeds the number of available units on the north side of the creek, and as proposed, community plan amendment and rezoning are required. 2B, the information requested was clearly identified as necessary in the initial application submittal of documents. 2C, the Morgan Crossing project does not comply with provisions of SB 330 since the proposed project requires approval of legislative actions. And 2D, the Morgan Crossing project does not comply with provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act, California Government Code 65928, because the project is subject to approval of legislative actions. Lastly, I should mention that the board's action, if it chooses to take staff's recommendation, would include authorization of the Community Development Resource Agency Director to prepare a written determination of the board's decision that would go for our project record and also be sent to the applicant. I do have the appellants are here joining us today, the project team, led by Travis Brooks with Miller Star Regalia. We have Joe Sayufi, the project proponent, and Tiffany Wilson with RSC Engineering. They have a presentation that will follow staff's presentation. If it is the pleasure of the board, I can answer any questions now, or we can wait and take questions after their presentation.
I see none. Oh, Daniel, did you? No, I'm sorry. There's a screen up here and I'm trying to read it. It's real tiny. I see none then. So thank you, Alex. We will go ahead and present, have the appellant present.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, honorable supervisors. I want to thank the honorable supervisors and staff for their time this morning. I'm Travis Brooks with Miller Star Regalia, Land Use Council for the appellant in this matter. Hopefully yesterday you received correspondence from us, a letter that outlines in detail the basis for our appeal, and hopefully did some of the speaking for me, so you won't have to hear me drone on for too long today. And with that, we'll move into the substance of our appeal. Again, I really appreciate Alex's in-depth analysis of their interpretation of the county's density standards, but this appeal really has a narrower scope than a discussion of those issues. So it's important to really emphasize the limited scope of this appeal. All that we're asking the board to do is direct staff to do what state law requires it to do at this time, and that is to deem our project application complete. We're not asking the board to consider the project application on the merits, and we're certainly not asking the board to approve or deny the project substantively at this time. In order for the board to reach that process, to reach that point later in the process, a number of additional steps need to occur and are clearly set out procedurally in state law. For example, because we haven't received a completeness determination, the county has not provided us with the consistency determination that county staff is required to provide us after, or is directed to provide us after the application is deemed complete. The project also has not received the appropriate level of environmental review, which is also required before the project can be considered by the county on the merits. And that during that environmental review process, the county is allowed to request additional informational materials related specifically to the project's potential environmental impacts. Again, here all we're asking the county to do is deem our project application, which is described very clearly what that is under state law, complete. And again, only once those additional steps are completed can we consider the project on the merits, including the detailed sort of disagreements we have regarding allowable density. Now, there are three key state laws that really form the framework and that govern the county's review and consideration of our project application and process our project application. The first is the Permit Streamlining Act, which Alex talked about briefly. The Permit Streamlining Act has an underlying purpose of providing clarity and uniformity to all prospective development applicants in the application process. And one of the key provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act is that it requires local agencies like the county to prepare uniform checklists that detail what's required of a development applicant to submit an application. And again, those checklists need to be the same for every project applicant for a development. Another key piece of state law that isn't extremely central here, although it does impact the Permit Streamlining Act and also the HAA, is Senate Bill 330. In its key part, which isn't extremely relevant here, it provides for the submittal of a preliminary application, which is a state-created, fairly streamlined application that is submitted before a formal development application is submitted. We've already done that. That's not really what we're discussing here. We're not discussing the preliminary application. We're discussing that subsequent formal application. And then there's also the Housing Accountability Act, which does a number of things. One of the key things it does is that it directs the county in its processing, review, and review of a project, essentially interpret its own code and state law in the manner that affords the fullest possible weight to the provision of new housing. And that's all housing. That's not just affordable housing. The county is required to interpret its code and state law in the manner most favorable to providing all types of new housing in the state. I just want to address a couple of statements that were in the staff report. There was the contention that our project is not subject to the Permit Streamlining Act because the county takes the position that we require a community plan amendment and a rezone. We fundamentally disagree with that conclusion. We are subject to the Permit Streamlining Act because we are applying for a vesting tentative map and conditional use permit application, and we're requesting the county to process that application under the county's existing development standards. We're not asking the county, and we never will, to amend its community plan or zoning that applies to the site. So this project is most definitely subject to the Permit Streamlining Act. Also, there have been contentions that we're not subject to the protections of the Housing Accountability Act or SB 330 because we're not a housing development project. All you have to do is look to the clear language and definition of a housing development project in the HAA, and we clearly fall within that definition, which is cited there. Now, I mentioned that one of the key provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act, or directives of the Permit Streamlining Act, is that local agencies like the county provide clear and uniform checklists to all development applicants for particular entitlements that are the same for each development project applicant. So as you can see there in the language on the left, they're required to provide these checklists and make them available in advance on the county's checklists. And these checklists that are provided and required to be provided online are crucially important because it's only these checklists that the county can look to when determining whether or not a project application is complete as part of the project application process. And I have, the county does, appropriately publish the project completeness checklists that are required for a conditional use permit modification and a vesting tentative map application, which I have here. These are pulled from the website. I can assure you that we've filled out that information and we've now submitted all the information required on these checklists. The Permit Streamlining Act is only concerned with those checklists and confirming that we've submitted that informational material when determining whether or not our project application is complete. Now, the Permit Streamlining Act does authorize local agencies to require additional information and inform the applicant of that as required to complete environmental review. Environmental review necessarily occurs and is completed after a project application is complete. So you've heard you heard brief reference to the county's pre-development meeting in which the county provides project-specific checklists, which on their face say that they're required for environmental review, which they're authorized to do. However, these materials, because they're not published on the county's website and because they're not uniform for each project development applicant, are only relevant to the environmental review process, which again occurs after the project application is deemed complete. And we're only interested in that first step, the project application completeness process here. And I'm just going to go over a quick overview again to just reiterate the entire application completeness process is focused on information gathering, confirming that the information on these publicly available uniform checklists are provided, and the entire completeness process is limited to these checklists. So, as I discussed before, the first step, which is really not relevant to us here, is the submittal of a preliminary application that locks in the rules in effect at the time the preliminary application was submitted. The second step, within 180 days, that's when these checklists come into play. The applicant is then, within 180 days, required to submit a full development application, which we did. That's this information here. Within 30 days of receiving a formal development application, the county is required to determine in writing whether the information we submitted, which is listed on these checklists, is complete. And the list in any incompleteness determination is limited to those items actually required on the lead agency's submittal requirements checklist. And in all subsequent incompleteness reviews, they're limited to confirming whether or not we've submitted the informational materials on this checklist. The PSA goes on to direct the county, if it confirms and reviews the materials we've submitted, includes all the information requested on these checklists, it directs the county to deem our project application complete. At that point, we move from the information gathering phase and determining what development we're proposing, what entitlements we're seeking, to the review of the project on the merits. So nowhere in this project application completeness process does the Permit Streamlining Act contemplate or require the county to review the materials submitted to make an application complete for consistency with the county's applicable development standards. That happens after the project application is deemed complete. So once you complete that project application completeness process, the HAA steps in and is very clear that within 30 days of that project application being deemed complete, the county is directed for the first time in this entire application process to conduct a review of the project on the merits and determine whether or not it believes that the application and development as proposed is consistent with each of the county's development standards. And it's required to perform a thorough review of the complete application and directed, if it believes the project is inconsistent with any applicable objective development standards, to provide a written and exhaustive explanation of each of those standards after the project application is deemed complete. So again, it's key to differentiate between the application completeness process, which is entirely focused on these checklists on the county's website, which we've submitted, and the county, I don't think, disputes that, and review of the project on the merits, which occurs after the application completeness process. And now I'm just going to talk briefly about why it makes absolutely no sense for a local agency to review a project on the merits for its consistency with a development standard as part of the project application process, which the county is proposing here. Again, as I said, the application completeness process in the PSA is focused entirely on information gathering. There is nothing in those provisions that directs or requires staff to make a determination as to whether a project is consistent with applicable development standards. The HAA and the PSA doesn't just assume that applicants and local agencies are going to agree as to whether a project complies with applicable development standards. It inherently understands that a county may believe that if you're inconsistent with the development standard, you're allowed to apply for that. You're allowed to continue processing that to a hearing despite that disagreement. For example, if a county were able to rely on its determination or belief that a project is inconsistent with applicable development standards to simply require that an applicant request a change in those standards, then there would be no need for this consistency determination after an application is deemed complete. By definition, if the county believes a project application is inconsistent with a development standard, they could always request or require that applicant to submit additional legislative approvals, applications for additional legislative approvals to request a change of those development standards. And that's simply not how the process works. Again, the problem with staff's approach here is it completely subjugates and upends the process contemplated by the Permit Streamlining Act and the HAA. Permit Streamlining Act states that once you submit information, all the information on the checklist, whether or not that information is the county believes the information and project proposes consistent with applicable development standards, you have to deem the project complete. You perform the consistency determination, and then there are specific provisions that govern the county's review of the project and its consistency with relevant development standards, with favoring the provision of housing and interpreting its code in the manner that is most favorable to housing, and then make a decision on the project, on the merits at that time. Because staff's current approach effectively denying our application, and all we're seeking is a vesting tentative map and conditional use permit modification during the project completeness process, is a procedural miscue. It effectively results in a denial at this stage, at a completely improper point in the process of our project. And if we have to go to court, we're not going to be getting to the substantive disagreement that we have. There's a clear procedural misstep occurring here, and I'm confident that a court will reject staff's current approach and refusal to deem our project application complete. And again, these next slides really just address the county's contentions regarding our dispute over density. That's totally irrelevant at this stage, so I'm not going to discuss these in detail. However, they do support our belief and understanding and good faith belief that the project should be processed and approved eventually after it's deemed complete under existing development standards. And key to this process are state law provisions that require the county to only enforce objective standards. Several of the county's density standards are inherently subjective, and therefore unenforceable. The county is also required to interpret its code and implement state law in the manner that affords the fullest possible weight to the interest and approval of housing. And then again, with regard to specific development standards, the housing development project shall be deemed consistent, compliant, and in conformity with an applicable plan, program, policy, standard, or other provision if there's substantial evidence that would allow a reasonable person. So if any reasonable person could find that a project is consistent with that standard, the local agency is required to find the project consistent with that standard. Now, all these interpretive rules are what, in conjunction with our disagreement with the county over the applicable density calculations, are the reasons we have a good faith belief, and we're requesting the county to process the project application for a conditional use permit, modification, vesting tentative map under the existing rules. We're not asking for a legislative change, and if the county disagrees with us on that and they hate the project and they want to deny it, they still have the full opportunity to do that. This is just not the right step in the process for them to do that, and I'm confident that a court will direct that as well. So anyway, there's been a lot of discussion of the various density standards. Again, density calculations, that's all premature at this stage. But again, we're confident that staff is undercounting the available open space south of Dry Creek that can be transferred north and allow the density we're proposing. But again, this is completely premature at this stage. These disputes are necessarily resolved after the project application is deemed complete. So again, all we're asking the board to do is direct the staff to follow the law and deem the project application complete. Staff still has an opportunity to consider the project on the merits after the environmental impacts of the project are studied, and then process and either approve or deny the project on the merits. And that's all I have for right now.
All right. Any questions or comments to Mr. Brooks? I see none.
I just
Oh, I
have
see. Now I
some,
see it.
it's not necessarily for you, just overall comments.
Okay, yeah.
So that was a lot of information. I feel like there's a disconnect here. And as I listened to your presentation, you kept talking about the development standards, but I kept noticing that there was an omission of the section that talks about being consistent with zoning. And to me, it all boils down to that piece. And I mean, I'm open to having my mind changed here in the next, couple hours or however long this hearing takes, but To me, this does not seem consistent with the zoning, and so it seems like that's what it boils down to. And I think there obviously clearly is a disagreement with what staff's interpretation is what the current zoning is. But my interpretation from hearing both presentations, it feels pretty clear that this is not consistent with the original zoning, but again, open to having my mind changed in the next little bit of time. So that's where I am right now.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor,
I just want to ask a question of our staff, if I may, Mr. Chair. We'll just wave at you, okay?
okay.
And my question is about the checklist, right? So I have a copy of the checklist in the board packet. And in there, there's the application, and then the applicant asked for, it's hard to read, but an environmental questionnaire, a major subdivision. I think that's what was checked off. But in that list, this is the same checklist that the appellant is talking about. There's also a place to check for a rezone and a community plan amendment, right? Now, they were informed by you that that would be required as a part of a completed application.
That's correct. And not only does the box need to be checked, but there's also a supplemental application which is posted on our website for a rezone request.
And you would do this for any applicant. So, for
Correct.
example, an applicant in Riolo Vineyards looking to add density to a project, transfer density from one portion of Riolo Vineyards to another portion of Riolo Vineyards. That density transfer request would require a rezone. And so in the application, they would have to check off the rezone and then indicate what they would do to address that rezone, correct?
Correct. And also take it a step further, if any applicant were to submit an application and have a entitlement that was checked incorrectly or didn't apply for the right entitlement type, let's say it needed a subdivision map, but they applied for a minor land division or a minor boundary line adjustment, that application would be incomplete until such time that they corrected the application that was submitted.
So for any applicant with a checklist, if there's something that you see is not included, you're going to go to that applicant and say, this is what you need, and that's exactly what happened
Correct. The
here.
application is in error, and it will not begin being processed until that error is corrected on the application.
And you've had that opportunity to go back and forth between the applicant to try to get what has been requested
On multiple
to
occasions.
make the application be deemed complete.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments for staff?
Chair Holmes, may I address this question? Because I believe that was a question directed to the applicant in part, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'm Brian Winter. I'm Travis's partner at Miller Star Regalia. I was one of the drafters of SB 330. I helped to draft numerous other state housing laws, and I have the benefit of having had several dozen SB 330 projects approved in the 3 years since that statute has taken effect. I have numerous projects that are in the position of this project where staff are alleging that a project requires discretionary legislative approvals that we don't believe are applicable. And I think that's what's critical to understand here. The only issue on the table, and it's conflated to some extent by staff, is that the staff is taking on the consistency issue, the position whether the project is consistent or not consistent with applicable objective land use regulations. That is a different stage in the process. The only thing on the table right now is the completeness of the application. That is separate from, distinct from, treated separately under the law from whether a project is consistent with regulations such that other applications may be required. And the county will have a full opportunity to make those determinations, make a consistency determination that's timely after completeness, and also ultimately if the county believes the project is disapprovable because it doesn't seek legislative approvals that the county contends are applicable, that opportunity is there. But the Permit Streamlining Act and state housing law contemplate the only thing happening right now, and this is very distinct from a situation where you're processing a project that isn't protected by where an applicant isn't arguing that it's protected by state housing law. The county, any public agency is required to make a completeness determination based on the application or applications that the applicant has filed. That's the only question. And whether other applications may be required is in the nature of a consistency determination or ultimately a project disapproval, but that is not relevant to determining whether the application or applications that have been filed for a particular project, as the case here, are complete. Two or three different things, but the only issue on the table here legally is whether the application that has been filed is complete under the law based on the county's published checklists.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I have one.
Chair, if I could too, I believe we would like an opportunity to respond to the comments that were made from the applicant if
Okay.
now's a good time or whenever the chair deems appropriate.
Supervisor Landon, do you have another comment?
Yeah, and you might be speaking to this, Clayton. It is unclear to me how an application can be deemed complete if staff has said there are certain things that need to be checked off, which include a community plan amendment and a rezoning, and those are not done. It's not clear to me how an application can be deemed complete if those aren't complete.
There's a provision, if I
Sorry,
may.
I gotta have Mr. County Counsel speak.
Thank you, Chair. And Clayton Cook, Supervising Deputy County Counsel. So the Permit Streamlining Act is clear what is required to determine an application complete. That requirement's at Government Code Section 65943. It's cited by the appellant in their arguments as well. And I'll read just the portion of it that's applicable. It's subdivision A. No later than 30 days after a public agency has received an application for a development project, the agency shall determine in writing whether the application is complete and shall immediately transmit the determination to the applicant for the development project. If the application is determined to be incomplete, the lead agency shall provide the applicant with an exhaustive list of items that were not complete. That list shall be limited to those items actually required on the lead agency's submittal requirement checklist. So that's the requirement. Is it on the initial submittal requirement checklist? Here, the county's application process includes a universal development application. That's the one that's referenced by Supervisor Gore. It's in your staff report at pages 170 to 172. It's a check the box form. Section 1 requires the applicant to fill out the application type. The applicant checked a couple boxes: conditional use permit, major subdivision. The part they didn't check are the boxes for community plan amendment or rezone. That in its most basic form is what's incomplete about the application. It is also worth noting, though, that the Permit Streamlining Act does not apply to legislative actions like rezones or community plan amendments or general plan amendments. And that's actually included in your staff report at page 10. There's multiple cases that have ruled on this. The one that's probably the biggest one is Murrieta Valley Unified School District, which held that rezones and general plan amendments are not development projects pursuant to the Permit Streamlining Act, since the Permit Streamlining Act, and I quote here, was never intended to interfere with local government's legislative acts in connection with control over zoning and land use policy. There's also something that I want to reference because the appellant has gone on to cite the Housing Accountability Act and make some arguments that somehow overrides the requirements in Government Code Section 65943. However, the Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, doesn't supersede 65943. In fact, it actually defers to that section for the interpretation. In subsection H9, it states that an application is determined to be complete when the applicant has submitted a complete application pursuant to section 65943, the same section I just discussed. So as such, the county is completely within the framework of the statutes to determine the application is complete on this point. And I think it's also worth noting one more thing. The claim by the appellant has been refuted by the Court of Appeal in a case that was published just last month. The case of Snowball West Investments v. City of Los Angeles is a second district Court of Appeal case. In that case, the court upheld the city's action to refuse to process a tentative map on the basis that a rezone was needed. The applicant in that case made the same arguments made here, that the Housing Accountability Act required that determination to be made later. The Court of Appeal disagreed and upheld the city's action. I think there's also a practical benefit to this as well. In determining this issue now, the applicant gets a decision on this issue with the project at the outset. Before they expend time or money on environmental review process, county entitlement process, they get this determination at the very beginning, before they're further in on things. So I think staff's position here is not only in line with the statutes, it's in line with the case law, and it's also in line with policy as well.
All right. Any questions for county council?
If the applicant can address this question?
No.
To make the record, we would like to address this question.
I'm sorry, but we're going to move on to, there's a lot of people here waiting to give testimony, so.
Okay, I think it's important for the applicant to be able to make the record on this question. If the county is refusing to allow us to make the record, I guess this is on the record, but we would like to make the record on this question.
How long will you take?
Pardon?
How long is
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
So very quickly, the Permit Streamlining Act has been on the books for decades. The provision of the Housing Accountability Act addressing the consistency determination required by law it came into effect 5 or 6 years ago. If we were having this conversation 10 years ago, that might be somewhat correct. It's not correct now. There are two different things. The Permit Streamlining Act completeness determination is separate from the consistency determination under the Housing Accountability Act. The Snowball case didn't address this question. It addressed processing. It didn't address completeness. That's a different animal entirely. Snowball is subject to a pending petition for review that's going to be filed within the next week or so. But the consistency determination that staff is addressing now as a basis to try to prevent determining the application that has been filed, whether it's complete or not complete, is a different animal under the law that was addressed. It came into being 5 or 6 years ago. Moreover, if it were true that the county or any agency could refuse to deem an application complete because it didn't seek some legislative approval that staff asserted was required, it would obviate subsection 6, Government Code Section 65589.5J4, which was enacted in AB 3194 in 2017. That's a statute that amended a portion of the HAA that says if a project meets applicable objective general plan standards and criteria, but the zoning is inconsistent with the plan, you don't have to do a rezoning, and it's not a separate basis to disapprove the project. They are different things legally, and the record should be clear on that.
Okay, thank you. So before I open up for public comment, the Chief of Staff for Supervisor Jones has a comment, since Supervisor Jones is ill. Mr. Spellis.
Yes. Good morning, board members, Mr. Chatney, Ms. Schwab. My name is Michael Spellis. I am the Chief of Staff for Supervisor Jones, and in her absence today, she asked that I read a brief statement for the record. So I'll read Supervisor Jones' statement. First, I apologize for my unforeseen and unavoidable absence. Regarding the item before the board today, the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision that the application for the Morgan Crossing subdivision project is incomplete. In my opinion, the project application is incomplete because a portion of the project is subject to the approval of a community plan amendment and rezone, and the application does not include requests for approval of these entitlements. And I believe that the Planning Commission's decision that the application for the Morgan Crossing subdivision project is incomplete should be upheld. That concludes the statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spellis. And now I'm going to have the spokesman for the Homeowners Association come forward. And you have a 6-minute presentation?
Yeah, it should be 6 minutes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Marcus Loduca, 3300 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. On behalf of the Morgan Creek Community Association and the 586 homes in Morgan Creek that the association represents, I'm here to support the staff's analysis and conclusions that recommend that you deny the appeal from the Morgan Crossing applicant. The staff analysis is clear and concise and correctly concludes that the project before you is not a housing development project in compliance with SB 330 and the Permit Streamlining Act, and is incomplete due to its failure to include the necessary entitlements for the county to deem the application complete and begin processing of the application. Staff report and staff presentation very thoroughly and clearly present the facts relevant to this application and appeal. The PD ordinance requirements and the calculations based on those requirements are clear and easily replicable and in fact, as noted in the staff report and in the staff presentation today, have been independently verified as demonstrated by the appellant's own PD density calculation that confirms staff's determination as to the remaining units in Morgan Creek North and Morgan Creek South. The PD ordinance, as the staff report notes, states that for single-family planned residential developments, the maximum number of dwelling units is further limited by the base zoning of the site and the PD calculation. As the staff report shows, Morgan Creek North and Morgan Creek South have different land use designations and zoning. Morgan Creek, with the former Morgan Creek North having half the allowed density of Morgan Creek South. All but one of the allowed units in Morgan Creek North have already been built. It's simple math, not rocket science, and definitely not a calculation that you need a bunch of attorneys to figure out. Yet the appellant insists that the two areas of Morgan Creek are interchangeable, and units in Morgan Creek South can be shifted to Morgan Creek North in clear violation of the PD ordinance requirements and limitations and the community plan. I would note that not only does Morgan Creek North have only half the allowable density that Morgan Creek South has, but the front and rear yard setbacks and allowable height of houses are different between Morgan Creek North and Morgan Creek South. If the appellant pursues the required entitlements for the project as clearly and repeatedly relayed by staff to the applicant, then the applicant, via a community plan amendment rezoning, will need to seek additional units for the northern portion of the existing Morgan Creek project. For such additional units, additional open space and public recreation land or facilities must be brought to the table. Now, we are not here to discuss the merits of the project, but do keep this in mind. The Morgan Crossing applicant is not proposing additional open space or additional public recreation land or facilities to get any additional units. The Morgan Creek community would actually contain less open space and fewer recreational amenities than were required for the planned development known as Morgan Creek and the units that the Board of Supervisors approved in 1995 and in 1999. As the staff report notes, the approved Morgan Creek project was to include not just open space, trails, and the golf course and its amenities, but also an aquatics and fitness center with tennis courts. The tennis courts were never built, and the pool was filled in and removed. So Morgan Creek residents have fewer amenities than the original entitlements that this board approved in the 1990s. Now, the staff report lays out the chronology beginning with a June of 2020 pre-development meeting. There was actually a pre-development meeting in January of 2019, so this has been going on for nearly 5 years. When the project checklist referenced the need to confirm that planned residential development standards are being met. Almost 2.5 years ago, your staff first raised the issue of the application's inconsistencies with the existing zoning and community plan amendment in the northern portion of the site. 2.5 years ago. Now, I've represented projects in Placer County jurisdictions under SB 330, and as the board knows, I've represented many projects in Placer County over the last 35 years. There are more than a few times after a pre-development meeting that issues were raised by staff at the meeting, in the pre-development workshops, and in further discussion with staff, where additional land use entitlements were needed in addition to those indicated on the initial pre-development submission. An applicant listens to what the staff says is needed and either revises the proposal or adds the entitlements to the application when submitting the formal application. Had the applicant done this 2.5 years ago, chances are highly likely that the application would have been processed, its EIR completed, and we would be discussing the merits of the application in final hearings before the Planning Commission and the board, even prior to now. It is the choice of the applicant to have refused to do so. Your staff is correct in its analysis and its conclusions and determination. As a land use professional who has represented projects in Placer County for 35 years, I find this entire appeal and its challenge to a basic determination of your staff deeply troubling. This board, the public at large, and the applicant community rely on your professional staff to apply the county's codes and regulations objectively and fairly in a way that protects the public interest, while at the same time promoting the county's various general plan goals and policies. This challenge to a basic determination of your staff looks to cut staff's legs out from under them and clearly acts as a precedent that will undermine staff's ability to do its job that all of us depend on. The Morgan Creek community asks the board to support your staff's recommendation and deny the appeal. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from Mr. Leduca?
I would note that the next speaker will be James Shelby, the president of the Morgan Creek Community Association. Give you a little background. Mr. Shelby was a longtime planning commissioner in Sacramento County, and he is a former mayor and city council member in the city of Citrus Heights.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
as Mr. Shelby comes up, may I make a quick comment?
Sure.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone who is here. I'm just letting you all know that I have to leave in about an hour. And I know there are a lot of you here for public comment, so I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Shelby. Nice
I would
to
just
see
like
you
to
again.
ask, first of all, I'd like to ask the community, if you agree with the person that goes before you, just say, I agree. We want our supervisor here to make this decision.
Right. Thank you.
Chairman Holmes, distinguished Board of Supervisors, I'm proud to be here this morning representing Morgan Creek. We recommend the county position on this, on the planning commissions, denying this appeal. Now, why we moved to Morgan Creek? I moved 13 years ago. Some people have been here 20 years. We moved because all the amenities that Morgan Creek offered. It had beautiful homes. It had golf course environment, open space, tennis courts was planned, community pool, community putting greens. All of this changed when these applicants bought the golf course. The putting greens didn't get serviced. We spent $250,000 to fix the putting greens. Let me slow down a little bit.
Sure. Take your time.
Okay.
It's just been a little while.
Yes, it has. So here's what happened when they came along. They filled the swimming pool with dirt. They didn't come to the association and said, hey, would you guys like to run the swimming pool in the little fitness center? No, they just filled it up with dirt. Then on top of that, they don't even let us meet there. We were paying to rent. We have to move, almost a mile around the corner to have our monthly meetings. It's ridiculous. They have not been a good tenant in Morgan Creek. I'll give you another example. A tree fell on Bridlewood, the golf course tree. 5 days before they moved that tree. They was waiting on the insurance company to respond rather than just moving the tree. This is what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Now, we have not done anything negative. We allow them to come in the golf course every day with tee times. We don't question anybody coming in to play golf. But they have not been supportive of this community. They've been tearing it down, just like they did in Rockland with the Rockland Golf Course. They want to do the same thing to Morgan Creek. So we support denial.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shelby. All right, I'm prepared to open it up for public comment. Please, those of you that heard Mr. Shelby, if you can keep your comments short in order to get through this by noon or earlier, I'd appreciate it. So all those in group one, please come forward.
My name's Jay Garnett. I live on 9365 Pinehurst Drive in the Morgan Creek. I agree with your board. I also used to do a lot of research myself. I was involved with building power plants up to 1,200 megawatts and going through all the regulatory stuff. I have read everything that both sides have put in, and I agreed with your planning department. The other thing, we wouldn't be here about talking about even building houses here, other than the fact that the people trying to applicate for this wanted to sell the golf course, and when they couldn't, then they came to the public, all of our houses, which we don't own the golf course, and what I would call close to mafia type extortion. They said, each of you pay $700 a year and we'll keep the golf course open. Well, obviously not everybody lives on the golf course, so we turned it down, and that's when they said, fine, we're going to close the golf course. But they wanted to keep the event center and all that because they make money. Well, they can't do that because it's a residential zoned area, and that's a commercial property. They only had dispensation of that because of the golf course. So then they said, okay, we'll just make it 9 holes, and this is where this all started. There's a lack of golf courses in this Placer County. They've been diminishing. They're making money. 2 of the applications they put, they said they're not making money, and the board said, if you're going to make that statement, you have to prove it, and they've retracted that. So there's been a big contention between the owners of the golf course and what's going on. Other golf courses like Lincoln Hills have been bought by other golf companies, so this never would have even come to here if they had just left it as a golf course.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Jim Kay, and in deference to Ms. Gore, I'll try to make this short and not go through the speech that I prepared. I'm a longtime resident of Morgan Creek. I've been there in 20 years. My wife and I built our dream home on the north side of the area. We were aware at the time of the community plan. We were aware at the time of the zoning, and we were aware at the time that the golf course was a key recreational component of that community. It's a key component of the community plan that open space be preserved, and I assume that includes recreational space, unless all other options are built out and the infill is required. Well, there's a lot of land out here that's still being built for housing that can be used before we have to do infill. Now, to apply SB 330 to this application, I feel is nonsense. You were responsible for maintaining the laws of zoning in the area, and this clearly requires a change to the zoning laws, and it clearly requires a change to the community plan in order to let this project go through. Zoning hasn't been around all that long. In 1916, New York City was the first of the communities to create zoning laws to protect the community from industrialization and urbanization. The Supreme Court decided in 1926, in a case of Euclid versus Amber Realty, that zoning was a legitimate application of local communities and local boards to control growth. Zoning laws have continued to adapt over the changing of societal needs and support mixed-use development and sustainability, but you are the gatekeepers. This project must not be approved as submitted.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I've ever done this, so if you wouldn't mind bearing with me.
Okay.
I've listened to the county.
We need your name for the record.
Charles Scott.
All right.
I've listened to the county and what they had to say. I listened to learned counsel to what they had to say. The laws are there to protect the citizens. The laws were put into effect regarding this matter to protect the citizens. They're not designed to be shortcutted. They're not designed because somebody wants a large profit that they can just skirt the law. I can't skirt the law. Nobody's going to let me.
Please hold off your applause because we're trying to move forward on this. Thank you. Go ahead.
Nobody's going to let me skirt the law. Now, I was a resident of Auburn for 7 or 8 years. And whenever I needed to do something, I had property here. I had to go in and I had to go through the entire system. That's all we're asking them to do. Go through the entire system. Unless there's a reason they don't want to. Whenever somebody says to me, I don't want to maybe do that, I've got to suspect that maybe there's a reason. The other thing I would ask the Board of Supervisors to do is look at the human factor to this. Now, I know right now you're only deciding on a law. But as we go along, please, it is a factor. All my fellow residents bought there for a lifestyle. I feel we had a covenant with the county because they told us when we moved there it would remain a golf course. At least that's how I interpreted it. please support what you gave us, support the laws, the zoning that you put in, that the county put in at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Janice Francisconi, and my husband and I have lived in Morgan Creek for 18 years. And I'm here to talk about the human factor. And it's that we bought there because we like the open space. We do not live on the golf course, but we see our neighbors and ourselves. We go for walks. I will let you know that people from outside the community come in. And they're not golfers. Their kids come in, they ride their bikes. Other members of the community come in, they ride their bikes, they go down to the creek. And so, you know, when you have a recognition for Roseville to be a wonderful place to live, because a lot of planning has gone into it, you want to have a variety of communities. I don't know why you wouldn't want to keep low density in some areas. So I think it really needs to be addressed. And people who've purchased in this community, over 500 people, homes, they thought they were getting open space. Also, if you add all of those 67 homes, you have to add twice that amount for cars at least, traffic. So I just like you to consider the human factor also. Thank you.
Good morning, John. My name is Konstantin Saplin. I live in this community over 20 years, and I bought many properties in this community. When they start presenting this community 20 years ago, it was a premium lots, $450,000 we have to pay, beside everybody else sells for $50,000, $100,000. So, and everybody presented with the book, you buying 320 acres, 17 golf club in nation. Right now, not in the map. They abandoned this place, and they abandoned us. Sidewalks, half a foot. We can bikes basically through the golf. It's just horrible. Also, 10 oak trees died because they put chemicals right on the parking lot, and this is basically 6-7 feet long. Deers cannot fight basically with this, and this is abandoned. And I think there is some logic explanation, you know, why they want to do this. They want to basically get, so they want to sell this property for $350,000 per each lot, which is, I'm a developer myself. I just built 4 buildings in downtown Sacramento. So prices right now, cheapest price is $350 per square foot. If you sell $350,000 lot, so you're upside down, you're negative $200,000. Charles Gibson just sold small lot, which is supposed to be extended double parking lot. And developer actually jumped in, but he built so poor these houses, he was barely recovered. And he said this is a worst transaction. He lost $1 million because it's not fit to the community and the money is not there. So this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to abandon contract with us. And the owner actually right here, the partner, he owns the club right next to the mall, the sport club. For example, if he's going to fill out basically a pool and give permission basically to use that pool, everybody abandoned that. This is what happened to us. They abandoned us.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Ken Fowler. I'm a hospital administrator, and my wife is a physician. We live in Morgan Creek. And the proposal here by the ownership is a ruse. It's a land grab. We bought this house in Morgan Creek, and we all have homeowners insurance on it. I'm sure all of you are homeowners on the board, and I'm sure virtually everybody here is a homeowner. And we have a company that insures our homes and protects our homes. And when we bought in Morgan Creek, we have an agreement with the county, and that agreement is the master plan for that community. It says that this is the density, this is the way it's going to look, it's going to have open space, it's going to have amenities, it's going to have this and that create a lifestyle. This is our agreement with the county. This is our agreement with you. It's the same as our agreement with our homeowners insurance company. And we expect you to uphold your portion and your part of the agreement. We are upholding ours. We are good citizens for this community. We like this community, we live in this community, and we like it because it has this open space and this quality of life feel. And we came into this agreement with you, and we expect for you to stand by us and uphold this. And I'm sure that your planning staff is incredibly competent. They have not been through this, how many times? 1,000 times? And here's an outlier that says, oh, we're the exceptions. We're the exceptions, why? And they can't prove it. So I'm asking you to support your own planning staff and support our community, because we've paid a premium to protect the environment, and the environment is protected underneath that master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, anyone in group 2 come forward if they're ready to speak. Hello.
Hello, I'm Sarah Spencer, and I'm a resident in Morgan Creek, and I have a long list of things I was going to say, but I'm sifting through and trying to limit it. Essentially, I just want, I know that today we're considering the completeness of an application, and I guess I'm here to talk about if that does go through, which hopefully it doesn't, that the long-term, both the short-term and long-term impact that it will have on Morgan Creek residents and the community at large. Obviously there's a lot of exciting growth happening in Placer County and Roseville specifically, just, on the outsides, the borders of Morgan Creek. And I think that there definitely is a responsibility to maintain and grow and develop even more outdoor recreational facilities and opportunities for all of these new homeowners flooding into our beautiful area in Roseville. And so it just seems absurd to destroy something that's already established, already there, to add more homes when there's plenty of home development going on, plenty of additional flat land out there to go ahead and develop right on top of. And so what I see here is a situation where we have owners of a golf course who no longer want to own the golf course. That's fine. I liken it to when you have a car that you don't want anymore. You'd like to sell your car. So you do all the preparations to sell a car, and at the end of it, or at some point, you decide you'd instead like to sell a motorcycle. You can't sell the motorcycle because you don't have one. You have a car. So my suggestion is that if a golf course is no longer desired by the golf course owners, sell the golf course. As a golf course, let us maintain the community that everyone has bought into. I'm a newer homeowner, less than 5 years, but we definitely moved here. We love Placer County. We wanted to be something like close to the city, but a little bit set off, have the open space, ability to enjoy it. Definitely communities around our area are coming into our community each day to walk around, walk their dogs. The kids are coming in to play, and I think that it definitely would have an impact overall, in the greater community. I think it's unusual to think of this as a project that would fall under SB 330, which I understand to be for affordable housing. If you've been to Morgan Creek, I wouldn't consider it affordable housing. As everyone has said, a premium has been paid for the lifestyle that we've come to expect and that we've had been agreed to. And so it seems convenient that the people here that are trying to sell the golf course to develop more are also authors of SB 330. It seems a little like, there's some conflict of interest here that is, a little inappropriate. So anyhow, thank you very much, and please support your
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Boškov. My family consists of my wife and my 7-year-old daughter. We live in Morgan Creek, and I'll make it as short as possible. When we moved in 2019, we didn't know, or we are not aware of any development. So it took us enormous financial difficulties to move from Sacramento, and the reason we moved is basically what we saw at Morgan Creek. My sister and we have 2 other acquaintances that are real estate agents, and we invited them, and they don't know each other, and all of them anonymously confirmed that if the development is okay, we will lose between $150,000 to $250,000 of the market value of our house. and our house is the only thing that we have. So I'll stop here and thank you. Just take it under consideration.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. My name is Jim Combs. I'm here speaking for myself and my wife, who is homesick today. We're homeowners in Morgan Creek. We've been homeowners since 2007. Like many of the other folks here, it's a wonderful community, and what's happening now is that the two individuals that are associated with this project are looking to enrich themselves, and if this project is allowed to happen, and I know that's not the issue today, but if it is allowed to happen, we will sacrifice 35 to 40% of the value of our homes. And that was explained to us at my dining room table about 5 years ago by Charles Gibson, who's one of the partners, along with Mr. Sayufi here. And he said that if we didn't go along with the plan that they had at that time of paying them $75 to $85 a month to keep the golf course open, because they said they were losing money. And they never did, as one of my fellow homeowners said. They have never come forward and shown their books and how they're losing money. I think they would have received some support if that was legitimate, but they were never willing to offer to open their books to us. What's happening here is that we have two individuals that have shown themselves to be bullies. They did something very similar with Sunset Whitney and Rockland. They, when the homeowners refused to go along with their plan to build some homes on the property there, they closed and fenced off that community, and they're threatening to do the same thing with us. And we should not allow that. We should deny their appeal there. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Will Mentash. I'm a CEO of California Recovery Center in Roseville, so I've got a business here as well. I understand some of the zoning and some of the issues and some of the applications that they have to deal with. I've kind of gone through some of those in the past. I'm not going to talk about that. What I want to talk about here is probably some of the things that are also quite obvious. These guys play dirty, real dirty. And what I mean by that is, let me give you an example. So I live in Morgan Creek. I'm on the south side. I come into the entrance. These guys, the golf course, purposely has their staff mowing the areas around, which what I would consider common space, and leaving grass clippings, leaving areas that are not cut. It's on purpose. It's to drive down the visual appeal of Morgan Creek. And being on the golf course, I have firsthand view of what you guys are doing, right? They're killing the grass. There is literally dirt where it used to be lush green areas of the golf course on that south side. So they're doing what they did in Rockland already on the south side. And, the human factor, we all live here, right? I love where we live. I don't want to move. I have a business that supports a lot of people in Roseville. And, I put a business here because Placer County, Roseville is pro-business. It's business friendly, but you got to do it the right way. You got to do it the right way, guys. And stop messing with people's lives for $1. This is greed in its finest. Thank you.
So, where are we now? Oh, no more groups? Oh, good, yeah.
I have one more redirect, just one comment that nobody has brought up here. If you approve
very
this
quickly.
application, my name's Jay Garnett. I spoke earlier. If this gets approved under SB 330, this believe is considered one of the 5 meetings. So now you would only have 4 meetings And that's why I believe they're trying to push this through so they can ram this through as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you. The clerk has a... There's no more signed up. Okay. Oh, online. Okay, thank you.
Cindy, unmute your mic and give your comments. Are you able to unmute?
Here, I'm here. Hi, my name is Cindy Pakurek. My husband and I have lived in Morgan Creek for 15 years. He is a physician at Kaiser Permanente. I'm a licensed psychologist. We are both professionals. We moved to Morgan Creek because of the lush green open space and the golf course and the beautiful riparian wildlife sanctuary. We feel that building homes on the golf course is a deception from what we bought into. One thing that is very dear to my heart is the wildlife riparian sanctuary. It weaves in and out of the golf course. It's beautiful, and there are so many beautiful animals that live in the sanctuary as well as the golf course. The golf course has water features, and there are turtles that come out of those ponds. There are mallard ducks, geese, and cranes that swim in the water. Other birds include pheasants, turkeys, woodpeckers, California quail, owls, hawks, including the red-tailed hawk, and many, many more beautiful birds. There are hare, squirrels, caterpillars are birds there. They walk across the trails and the golf course. Then there's butterflies and bees. Those are pollinators. There are beetles, including the endangered elderberry longhorn beetle. There are king snakes and gopher snakes, which of course are predators to rattlesnakes. There are skunks, raccoons, foxes, and coyotes. And where are those animals going to live if they are pushed out of that area, including the herd of deer? Also, this was a planned community. Back in the 1990s, this was promised to this community, and we bought into it. Other people have mentioned that this does not make sense for affordable housing. These houses have been bought at a large cost, and there is so many additional homes being built in the area. It doesn't make sense to cram 67 homes into this small space and completely destroy a golf course. With all the extra homes that are being built in the community, we need recreation. My own kids have grown up taking lessons on that course, playing tournaments for children's golf tournaments on that course. What are the children and the families supposed to do that are moving into this community? Also, our homeowners association pay for those roads. Those are thin, narrow roads. Cars aren't even allowed to park on the street. So they plan on using our roads to build those houses and destroy our roads? I don't think so. We will put up a fight. Also, these are custom homes or semi-custom homes. These affordable homes they plan on building will not acclimate into our community. The trails are open to the public. It not only provides recreation for our homeowners, for the general public at large. And I think that includes my comments. Please consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more further. All right, so I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the board. We lost Supervisor Gore for a minute.
I can ask my
Yeah,
question.
okay. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking at this, it seems to me, and I'm looking to Mr. Cook. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No,
Okay.
No.
Mr. Cook, on this, the issue boils down to a comment that the appellant made. Are the density standards subjective or objective? I believe they're objective.
Is there applicant rebuttal?
And
There's no applicant rebuttal for this.
no, we're policymakers now, and this is our job.
we're discussing.
Thank you for your information. So as I look at this, and this is a debate that they wrote the laws, they know the loopholes in the law, but we as legislators, in our legislative capacity, look at the common sense of this. These people bought into a planned community plan. Clearly, our application says if they want to change the community plan, they need to process that amendment and go through the applicable process. SB 330, we're well aware of the housing crisis in this state. We spent 4 hours yesterday looking at our rezone and RENA numbers and what we were going to need to do here. Placer County is very assertive in housing programs and pro-housing, first county in the state with a pro-housing designation. We are well aware of that, and our staff have worked very hard to make sure that we're in compliance with state laws. So I need to rely on my staff and our attorneys and their recommendation to us that this is, in fact, an incomplete application, and stand by the Planning Commission's decision on this.
Just to be clear, this is an adjudicative hearing.
The board is in deliberation now. No, we are in deliberation. You've had your time.
I did not say adjudicative. I said we do have a legislative responsibility as policymakers sitting at this dais to take information from both sides, hear it out, and make our best determination. You know your process from here if you don't agree with it.
All right,
Me.
oh, just wave at me.
I'm just going to say 100% agree with Supervisor Gustafson.
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, and first of all, I want to thank everyone for turning out, and showing your concern about this issue. I really appreciate the staff being consistent, and I understand your position and your desire to do what you would like with that property, and I understand your desire in moving this along with SB 330. That being said, we as a body and as staff have to be consistent with our policies, and this process is no different than any other process that we have had with an applicant and with property, with people trying to make changes on a property. So number one, that checklist was clear, it's uniform. Anything that was asked is appropriate. We ask it of all applicants. It's not subjective. Like I said, we treat all applicants the same, and it's consistent. And that being said, based on hearing your arguments, hearing our staff's position, I'm going to support the Planning Commission's decision.
All right, thank you. Is that you? No, wait a minute. Anybody else? We're all done. Okay. So I spent a good part of the weekend, the Thanksgiving weekend, going over the staff report. I actually watched the whole Planning Commission. Apparently, I don't have a life, but I did watch the whole Planning Commission meeting. They made some very cogent comments, I think, about that are germane to this issue. But in the final analysis, there's no way that I feel comfortable overturning our county staff's position. And I am in agreement with the rest of the board that we should deny this appeal. So now I will have County Council, Mr.
Yes, I'm happy to read
read it into the record,
read the
please.
actions requested into the record for you. The first item would be to find that the action on this appeal is exempt from environmental review pursuant to the provisions of Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and Section 1808020D of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. Do you want me to read through all of these?
No, individual.
I will move approval of that item.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none.
The next item would be to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision that the application is incomplete in accordance with the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill SB 330.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to the next item.
The next and final item would be to authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director or designee to prepare a written determination on the appeal.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank all the audience members for your participation and your patience with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The board is going to take a break until it's
Is your mic on?
12:30. Yeah.
Do you want to adjourn to closed session? or-
Yeah, the board will now adjourn to closed session, and county council will move us out, or lead us out.
The board is now adjourning to closed session to consider 4 items of existing litigation.
I heard it.
All right, good. Are you ready, most excellent county clerk, city clerk of the board? All righty, we will begin our 12:30 PM timed item.
Do you want to report out of closed session?
Oh, yes, we need a report out of closed session. Thank you.
The board met in closed session to consider the following existing litigation items. In re Andrew Scott, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote, Jones absent. In re Ashley Schmentek, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. In re Kirk Walker, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. In Michael Minnick, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you. Now the board will take up the 12:30 timed item. This is Community Development Resource Agency, Tykert Aggregate Facility Entitlement Rescission and Rezone. And this is Kara Conklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kara Conklin with the Planning Services Division. And the item before you this afternoon is the Tykert Aggregate Facility Entitlement Rescission and Rezone Request. So the project site is located in unincorporated Lincoln, east of Highway 65 and Sheridan Lincoln Boulevard, south of Riosa Road, north of Wise Road, and west of McCourtney Road. It comprises 21 parcels totaling over 3,600 acres. There is a rectangular parcel right in the center, in the southwest center, owned by Dyno Nobel, which is an explosive storage facility, and they are not a part of this project. The existing zoning for the project site is farm combining a minimum building site of 20-acre minimum, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose, and that is in these blue eastern parcels here. The small orange parcels on the east are zoned farm, combining a minimum building site of 20-acre minimum, combining special purpose. And these green parcels located here on the southwest, these are within the Lincoln Regional Airport sphere of influence. So those are zoned farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose, combining aircraft overflight. These are some pictures of the project site and the existing conditions. The picture on the right shows a dirt pad, and this is where Tykert's portable aggregate facility used to be. They removed it earlier this summer. So the approved project was approved back in February of 2003 and included a phased aggregate mining and reclamation project that entailed mining and processing of an estimated 37 million tons of sand and gravel and 34 million tons of granite over a period of 35 to 40 years. The entitlements included a conditional use permit for the mining operation, variances to height and setback limitations, a rezoning to add mineral reserve and special purpose combining zone districts, a reclamation plan as required by state law and county ordinance, and a development agreement. So in November of 2002, the Planning Commission certified the EIR and approved the entitlements and reclamation plan and recommended that the board approve the rezone and development agreement. Not long after that hearing, the Western Placer Citizens for Agricultural and Rural Environment filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decisions. On December 17th, the board denied the appeal and upheld the approvals of the Planning Commission and approved the rezone and development agreement, but had asked staff to come back for some revisions as a result of that public hearing. So the project was officially approved by the board on February 4th, 2003. From March 2003 to January 2007, the project was under litigation, so the entitlements were told with an expiration date of December 21st, 2008. As part of the development agreement requirements, Tykert established the Raccoon Creek Conservancy in July of 2007. And over the next couple of years, the project received a few extensions of time. On December 18th, 2013, Tyker installed the portable aggregate plant on the site in order to vest their conditional use permit. And in May of this year, we received an application and a formal request to rescind the project approvals, cancel the development agreement, and rezone the property back to its base zone district. In June of this year, the portable aggregate plant was disassembled and removed from the site, and the reclamation has commenced per the approved soils and reclamation plan. So Tyker is requesting to rescind their project approvals and cancel their development agreement and rezone the parcels back to their base zone district by removing the mineral reserve and special purpose combining zone districts. So the applicant is requesting for these parcels to go back to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres. And these parcels here to go back to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining aircraft overflight. So according to the project, no grading, paving, or building permits were issued. No mining had ever commenced on the property. They did disturb about 1/3 of an acre to install the portable aggregate plant and vest their conditional use permit. But as stated earlier, that portable aggregate plant was removed this year. That disturbed area was reseeded for annual native grasses, and we received approval from the California Department of Conservation, Division of Mine Reclamation, that the reclamation has been approved. And so the applicant has fully complied with their reclamation plan. And permit revocation and development agreement cancellation. So the project was vested through the exercise of their conditional use permit, and the development agreements requirements were triggered by either building permits, commencement of mining, land conversion, or completion of reclamation. And pursuant to their development agreement, Tyker had no affirmative obligation to mine on the property or to mine at a specific rate. And they were required to establish the Raccoon Creek Conservancy within 180 days of commencement of the term of the DA, and they did comply with that requirement. Tyker also complied with their reclamation plan, so there are no further requirements to satisfy the DA since no mining commenced on the site. Just to talk a little bit about the Mineral Reserve Zone District. The intent of the mineral reserve is to identify lands that may contain valuable mineral resources and to protect the opportunity for the extraction and resources of those lands, and as to maintain the economic viability of mining while minimizing adverse impacts to the environment, public health, safety, and welfare. So the map here on the right is a map, and I'm sorry it's kind of small to see, but this is a map showing all of the different areas within the county that are zoned mineral reserve. And as you can see, Tyker is a big portion right here in the western portion of the county. And that is classified, that area is classified as MRZ4, which is considered areas of no known mineral occurrences where geologic information does not rule out either the presence or absence of significant mineral resources, and that is according to the mineral land classification map. And so what that is saying is that it's not necessarily known whether there are or are not mineral resources on this site. The county currently has 8,997 acres of mineral reserve zoned land. And with this rezone, the county would then have 5,522 acres of mineral reserve zone land. And although this is a large loss of mineral reserve land, it does not have an adverse economic impact on the county because no mining or production ever occurred on this site. And the county has several other aggregate facilities, such as Robinson Sand and Gravel in Ophir, Patterson Sand and Gravel in Newcastle, Bear River Aggregates, Chevreau Aggregates, among others. And then just to identify the special purpose zone district, It kind of goes along with the mineral reserve in order to allow discretionary review of the proposed use of that land that are determined to be compatible with the mineral reserve. So it would likely be removed along with that mineral reserve zone district. This item was presented as an informational item at the September 13th Sheridan MAC meeting. There were 3 issues or concerns that were raised. The main issue was the future plans of the property and the sale of that land, and if it would go to large commercial or subdivision development projects. They also had some concerns regarding the existing vernal pools on site and whether they would be maintained or removed. And then they also had suggestions to put the land into a preserve. Staff did mention that any future buyers of this land, if they were to come in and do large commercial or residential subdivision projects, they would have to come through the county's regular environmental review process, should they want to use that land for those purposes. And then the project was presented at the October 26th Planning Commission meeting. And at that hearing, there was one commenter just mentioning about the preservation of the site and how important it is and difficult to develop due to the Raccoon Creek area. There was one question by Planning Commissioner Johnson just in regards to the existing trees on site, the existing orchards. It's an olive orchard, and who would be maintaining those in the meantime. And that would be the property owner maintaining those trees. The commissioners voted 5-0 with 2 absent to recommend that the board approve the request to rescind the project entitlements, cancel the development agreement, and rezone the Tykert parcels. The proposed rezone request is consistent with general plan policies and goals, including land use goal 1A that promotes wise, efficient, environmentally sensitive uses of Placer County land to meet the present and future needs of the Placer County residences and businesses. Since the land would just be reverting back to its base zone district of farm zone land, it also complies with policies 1A1, 1A2, and agricultural land use goal 1H, as there is no development proposed at this time. It's just rezoning the land back to its natural or base zone district. And staff recommends, staff forwards the Placer County Planning Commission's recommendation from October 26th that the board, 1, find the project consistent with the previously certified EIR and also statutorily and categorically exempt in accordance with section 15270, projects which are disapproved, 15301, Class 1 existing facilities, and 15304, Class 4 minor alterations to land of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and Section 18.36.101G, 18.36030, and 18.36.060 of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. Number 2, that the board adopt a resolution rescinding the conditional use permit and variances for the Tykert aggregate facility based on the findings contained within the staff report. Number 3, that the board adopt an ordinance to cancel the Tykert aggregate facility development agreement supported by the findings contained in the staff report. And number 4, that the board adopt an ordinance to rezone the Tykert aggregate facility site to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, and farm, combining aircraft overflight, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, as shown in your attachment K, exhibits 1 and 2 of the staff report packet. And I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Right. Any questions from board members?
Just a quick, for some reason I thought it was 4,200 acres. Is it not 4,200 acres? Or is there?
There may be additional parcels for sale, but the ones that are
okay.
being rezoned are the 21 parcels totaling 36,013.
Okay, great. And then I wish I would have thought of this ahead of time, but you don't happen to have like a PCCP map that shows where this falls in the PCCP area, do you? No.
Not
fine.
with
It's
me.
fine.
I'm sorry,
I
but-
should have thought of it ahead of time. Sorry. Okay, it's fine. I can look it up.
I can get that to you
No,
afterwards.
it's no big deal. I just thought it would be nice to see visually, but okay, great. Well, I'm kind of looking forward to potential for conservation on this site, and we'll see what happens in the future. I think there's a lot of funding that's needed and a lot of work that would need to be done, but I'm excited to see maybe what comes in the future. So,
Thank you. Anyone in the public want to address the board on this item? There's a old Lincoln guy right there, Wayne Nader.
Supervisor Lanty and Supervisor Gustafson and Karen and Daniel. I'm in support of this request. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. These are three historic ranches. The Gladding Ranch at the upper part, then the Chamberlain Ranch, and then the Nader Ranch. The Nader Ranch is just to the west of the properties that are highlighted there. And obviously I grew up on that ranch, and I remember spending a lot of time down along Coon Creek, now known as Raccoon Creek, and watching the salmon come up. And I was talking earlier about that. It's pretty amazing to think, again, as somebody who was young watching that they had come all the way up from the ocean, and here they were in our backyard. So this is a very special area. I mean, obviously I have a bias to it, but I was glad to hear your comments, Supervisor Landon, about trying to figure out some kind of a way to preserve this in the future. A lot of it is in a floodplain. I can speak to ours. Ours at times looked like we were on the Mississippi River when the Coon Creek would back up. So I think that a lot of it is probably going to be difficult to develop, both because of the floodplain and because of the vernal pools in that area are pretty extensive. So I don't think that's a risk out there for that happening. There isn't the infrastructure for that to happen, and I don't expect that to ever happen. But I guess my point is that I hope that as things may come forward to you, if there's an opportunity to preserve some of that area, especially along the Coon Creek or Raccoon Creek, I'm sorry, it'll always be Coon Creek to me, that the county does whatever they can to preserve that area and protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Any other public comment? Anyone online? Already. Then since there's no more questions from board members, what is the?
I will move approval. Yes.
And is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, and we'll be back at 2:30, no, 2 o'clock. Yeah. All right, the board will now take up our 2 PM timed item. This is Public Works, abandonment of portions of Orange Drive and public road easement rights adjacent to Union Pacific Railroad property. And this is coming from, oh, this guy. Oh, you're not Ken.
I'm Kevin Orway, not Ken Grimm. And with me is Sarah Williams, a right-of-way agent, if there's any technical questions. Today, we're bringing an item to you, or actually 3 specific actions related to abandonment of a portions of Orange Drive in Penryn and public easement rights adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad property at the same location, which is 7096 Flint Way in Penryn. The first action we're requesting is that you conduct a public hearing to consider abandoning a portion of Orange Drive and a portion of public road easement rights adjacent to Union Pacific Railroad property in Penryn. The second action is that you adopt a resolution abandoning a portion of Orange Drive and a portion of public road easement rights adjacent to Union Pacific Railroad property in Penryn as shown on the Penryn town site map as described in the attached exhibits in the board package, subject to the findings set forth herein, and then determine the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378. Some history, the map for these parcels was drawn up in 1891, and the development that happened subsequent to that does not match the map at all. We did do public outreach and public noticing. We got one response, and it's from the property owner across the street on Orange Drive that said they're in full support. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from board members? I can look to my left, look to my right. I see none. Is there anyone in the public wish to address this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
There's a gentleman behind you.
Huh?
I'm the requester.
Oh.
Are you on pins and needles?
It's been a 3-year process.
All right, you almost missed it.
Yeah, you almost missed it.
All right, seeing no public comment, I'll ask the board for a motion.
I will move approval.
And I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Guston. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in the nick of time.
And now, oh, we're almost at 2:05, so, oh, we are at 2:05. Is it 2:05? Well, mine says 2:05. Is it time yet?
2:03.
Says,
You know what's fast? Did you know that?
what is it?
2 minutes fast here.
Oh.
John's gonna look
I'm like, what?
She's like, no.
Why? Did you look at me like that? Thanks. Hmm? Are we ready? Okay.
2:30 item.
Hurry up. The board will now take up our 2:05 PM timed item. This is a Public Works annexation Kemper Oaks Unit 2 for sewer services. Is this Eric?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes and board members. My name is Eric Gordon, and I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Engineering Division to present the annexation of the Kemper Oaks 2 project. As stated in the board memo, we're requesting that the board adopt the resolution, which is included in the staff report, to annex the property into the boundaries of the Sewer Maintenance District 1, North Auburn. The property is located south of Kemper Road between Highway 49 and Bean Road, North Auburn. The total fee for annexation of this parcel into Sewer Maintenance District 1 is $153,000, $258.35. Staff supports this request, and to move forward, we request that the board open the public hearing and adopt the resolution in the staff report annexing the property into the boundaries of Sewer Maintenance District 1, North Auburn. If there are any questions, I would be happy to address them.
Okay, any questions from board members? I see none. This is a public hearing. I'll open up a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public? Seeing none, we will close public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion
Sorry,
by
I should have
Supervisor-
jumped in sooner.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Now it's great again.
Yeah.
Well done, Eric. Good job. Great job.
pretty, it says AM, but
The Executive Director of Fox Cultural Hall. Today we're here seeking approval to paint 2 murals on the bridge abutments of the Truckee River Bridge in Tahoe City. So I'll go over the project location as well as the background. I'll hand it over to Eve to talk about the Fox Cultural Hall and the mural project, as well as give a summary of the selection process and preview the proposed mural designs. And then I'll talk about next steps. So in 2019, the county partnered with other regional, state, and federal agencies to construct a realignment of the State Route 89 away from the Tahoe City Y. The project included construction of a new bridge over the Truckee River, as well as Class 1 bike paths that go under the new bridge and run parallel to the Truckee River, called the Truckee River Trail. We're proposing to paint 2 murals, one on each side of the river. This slide shows the view of the bridge abutments from the bike path. As you can see, the bike path runs immediately adjacent to the bridge abutments. The proposed location for the mural includes the bridge abutment, which is the vertical concrete wall, as well as the bridge soffit, which is kind of the ceiling over the bike path in the image here. So the wall, the bridge abutment, is about 500 square feet of space. And there's another 600 square feet of space on the ceiling above the bike path for the mural. The murals would be visible from the bike path itself, as well as from the Truckee River, but they would not be visible from the state highway system or any of our local roadways. The bridge structure itself is owned by Caltrans, and so that makes the mural project subject to the Caltrans Transportation Art Program, and so we have to seek approval from Caltrans to paint the murals. So over the past decade or more, there's been more of an emphasis from the county on bringing public art projects to the Tahoe City and the greater North Tahoe area. Some notable examples include the Kings Beach roundabout sculptures, as well as the beloved Penny Bear. Recently, your board adopted a new policy in the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Policy CD-P-16 states that the county will promote high-quality, innovative, and diverse public art that enhances the community and highlights North Tahoe's unique character, landscape, and history. And so with that, it was about a year ago that Supervisor Gustafson connected the Department of Public Works with Fox Cultural Hall, and we started collaborating on this project. As I mentioned earlier, the structure itself belongs to Caltrans, and Caltrans requires that all transportation art programs are sponsored by the local public agency. And so the Department of Public Works, in this case, will be responsible for submitting the application to Caltrans, establishing all of the required contracts, including a maintenance agreement for the murals. So if approved today, we'll return to seek authorization to execute all of those required agreements with Caltrans. At this point, I'll hand it off to Eve to talk a little bit more about Fox Cultural Hall. Thank you. Is that tall enough? Can you hear me? Thank you so much for having me. My name is Eve again. You would know us, hopefully, as Arts for the Schools. Is that name familiar? Yes, I know it is to Cindy. So we have recently changed our name because we have opened a new hall. Oh, you already changed it for me. Thank you. We've opened a new hall, cultural center in Kings Beach, California. It is just off of Fox Street in North Lake Tahoe, so hence Fox Cultural Hall. It's not an interesting story for the name. I apologize at the end of your long 2 days of meeting, but that is the reason that we are Fox Cultural Hall. So we are a 501c3 with the mission to inspire, teach, and build our rural communities through equitable access to the arts and arts education. And we've been doing that since 1984. I do want to just take a moment to say thank you so much to this board for Placer Shares funding. I know that's
a couple years back, but I haven't had the opportunity to thank you in person. We, Arts for the Schools, received some funding that was critical to our ability to teach students online, public school students at Truckee Tahoe Unified School District. And at the time, the school district, they've always needed our help, but they desperately needed our help to keep kids engaged online for the full 6 hours. And so traditionally, we were teaching 3rd through 12th grades for them, and so we actually opened it up to pre-K through 12th with the help of your funding. So thank you so much. Just want to say that really quickly. So we have been, like I said, working since 1984. With the opening of the hall, we now have 7 programs today, 7 program areas, I guess, is the easiest way to think about it. So we do arts education in schools. We present and host world-class artists in the new performance venue there in Kings Beach. We host a Mexican Heritage Festival, which I hope you've heard about. It's becoming quite large, celebrating Mexican culture. The mural project I'm going to tell you more about right now. Art Train is professional development for classroom teachers. And we have many youth clubs supporting youth in the community and community classes, some of which we offer for free on scholarship, things like music and English, Spanish classes. So, or music classes in Spanish and English, excuse me. Okay. Nope. I sure did. Right button? Thank you. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about the Cultural Halls mural project. It's 3 simple goals. We want to beautify and highlight important locations in North Lake Tahoe. The art is going to convey the themes of environmental stewardship, local history, and cultural heritage. It's going to fall under all those 3 themes. And we want to inspire thoughtfulness, appreciation, and respect for the region. That's our goals. We did release a call to artists so that we could come up with some renderings to present to you today and to other entities that are interested in supporting the project. We released that call in January of 2023. The submissions were due March 29th. And during that time period, we offered support to artists. We had a Zoom informational meeting, and we released that call through several methods. We did it through our e-newsletter that went to 1,500 people, did it to local press that put it out in the paper, downtown merchants associations, and also entities, art alliances, and folks like Placer Arts to help us get the word out. We got several submissions, 22 to be exact, that were both from many from down here and many up in the Tahoe Basin. We offered $17,500 per mural. So most of the budget for this project in Tahoe City is going to the artists. We like to do that as an entity and organization and keep our administration costs low. So $35,000 of the total budget will go directly to the artists. We also offered them for 2 months phone and email support to help them be able to put their submissions in. So the evaluation process, how did we get to here? We formed an evaluation committee by inviting several entities to participate with us. In the end, we ended up with 7 selection committee members, and they were representative of Fox Cultural Hall, local artists, Placer County staff members, the TCDA, sorry for the acronyms, that is the Tahoe City Downtown Association, since the murals are located in Tahoe City. And then we also included Tahoe City PUD because they're in charge of bike maintenance for that bike path that the murals are painted along. We invited others, the TRPA and other entities that didn't, have the staff time to help us with the selection, but we did inform them of the project. The scoring was simple. It was 100 points. We based it on design quality of their submission, 30 points, ability to complete, and then their past work. And so there was guidelines I won't bore you with about what they had to submit, things like showing evidence of their past work, showing their proof of their business license tells us of their professional quality and their ability to complete the mural. And then we gave local consideration points. We thought it was really important that they should be around the Tahoe Basin or in Placer County artists. So we gave them an extra 10 points. The top 4 mural designs released were released to the public in May, and we did that through a survey process. We released that survey opening through the same channels that we had released the call to artists. So it went out to a very large audience in Placer County, and we got 526 responses. I have to say, I've been in my job 10 years. I've been the CEO for 10 years. I have never gotten 526 responses to any survey ever, just ever, even education. You know, just we work with the public school system for 40 years and we don't get that kind of response. So I just want you to know the community really, really cared about this and really wanted to see the project happen. We do have all 526 comments we could share with the board if they cared about, and they were entirely positive. I don't think we had one negative comment. The top 2 designs that we're going to present to you were chosen by the public. And here they are. I'm just going to read a little description from the artists themselves about the meaning of the design. This first one is The Light. It is by Frida Tyhurst Rivenbark and Tyler J. Rivenbark. It is a landscape of pastel mountains that hold the light of Lake Tahoe and have beautiful local vegetation highlighted. The design has multiple suns and moons to illustrate the movement of time, history, and the deep story of the area. Tahoe's greatest heritage is the beauty of nature and the stewardship that happens here. Ready to move on? Okay. And this is what the ceiling looks like in their rendering. Yep. Second one is a dip into the Truckee River ecosystem. This design showcases the vast extents of the Truckee River and the interaction of ecologically significant species in the Truckee River system. You will find both native and early introduced species found in our watershed today. As viewers travel down the bike path, they feel as though they are getting an inside look at what can be found underneath the water's surface. Looking up, viewers will be able to trace the path of the Truckee River as they walk through the tunnel. Our plan is to have a QR code available for viewers to utilize if they would like to learn more about the species depicted. Let me show you the other view here. And I'm going to turn it back over to Katie. Thanks for your time. All right, just to wrap up, this slide shows an overview of the process. As you've described, we've been through the call for artists and the selection of the mural designs. We're working with Caltrans right now on the initial review of the designs that you saw today, and obviously here to seek your board's approval for the project. If approved, we'll come back with some contracts and agreements that are required by Caltrans, and then submit the application to Caltrans. We do hope to submit the application early next year and then be ready to paint the murals by late spring or early fall of 2024. So with that, today's requested action is to adopt a resolution approving the Truckee River Bridge mural project and authorizing the Director of Public Works or designee to submit a transportation art proposal application to the State Department of Transportation, Caltrans, and to determine that the proposed action is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 and 15061B3. And with that, we can answer any questions.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt that resolution and determine that the proposed action is exempt from environmental review as stated.
I will second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the effort. What a great project that'll be.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see it.
We'll look forward to.
And that concludes the business before the Board of Supervisors on this day. And we are adjourned.
Good job.